It doesn't work anyway, so I don't need this on. And it is streaming quite fantastic. So, uh, let us start with just the face cam. Hey, what's up, guys? So today I'm going to be going over some things that I wanted to look at. It's gonna be some fun stuff, some research, some other stuff, yada yada. So let's go and check that out. First, I gotta switch it. Magic at its finest. So let's go. I want to do. We got these three, and we're gonna do a generator. Do generate number, and then we'll 1 through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's 5 technically because Joe Rogan's in 5. Okay, because 3. 1, 2, 3. Politics. We'll go into politics first. So once we do that, we'll then go with the flow. So we're gonna go to Philip DeFranco. I want to see what Philip DeFranco has to say. Then we got John Stossel, and we have America Uncovered. I unsubscribed to them actually. I think I don't remember. I think I did. And then we have Asmongold. Yes. How? So how is my how does my politics work? I'll take a test if you guys want to know. I am progressive. I know I'm progressive. Am I that progressive? Nah. But am I close to progressive? Yeah, pretty close. Left progressive up there somewhere. Left progressive, I guess it'll be like that. Right and progressive. I don't know how you'd be a right progressive, but you know. Oh, anyway. So we're gonna see what is up for today. Hopefully this is today. This was an hour ago in my standards, so August 11th. So we technically need 12, but we're gonna go read this.
Trump's DC takeover is being justified by lies is worse than even critics expected and might soon spread to a city near you. Why RFK Jr. is now being blamed for the deadly CDC shooting in Atlanta. The WNBA dildo problems exposing the problem with new betting markets. And how you may already be getting manipulated by Chinese AI. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show.
I'm just saying, I already know I'm being manipulated by Chinese AI. You know how I know I'm being manipulated? If you go to YouTube and if you go to the shorts, holy God, is there an obscene amount of freaking AIs? I'm saying ads, but AIs that like just take over. You got like 3 of them. I'm like, I'm regurgitating. Like there's 3 of them. Oh my God, it just gets bad. So yeah, no. Let's get into it.
You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Donald Trump is liberating America again.
This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back.
First, Liberation Day was with the tariffs, and now Donald Trump is promising to make our capital great again by making what he called crime, savagery, filth, and scum disappear. With Trump holding what he called the press conference on crime and beautification today, and we'll start with crime.
Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty.
So one thing is for sure is that crime. So what I've heard was that crime has decreased by like 30%. So, and it has been the lowest in US history ever. So this is something that there we go. Sorry, there we go. It's the phone version that I have because I know that I don't have comments. But yeah, I definitely heard that there is a lot of BS when it comes to this. Statistically, is that 30% crime has decreased. I think the number one thing that he is trying to do in this sense of the word is just do a takeover. I don't trust Trump at all. I'm not a Trump guy, not MAGA. So if any of you guys are, you can stay, but I ain't gonna endorse him. Anything he does, I do not appreciate, nor do I support.
Criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people.
So he's talking about the protesters.
Happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency.
Why couldn't he do this in January 6th? The main reason why is because it's not. It was his former base. It was his MAGA. MAGA stormed the Capitol. Did someone die? I think so. I think there was a cop that was injured. Now, he die? I don't know, but I don't know all the facts. But I definitely know that that is one of the things. Joel, yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I'm just reviewing. I'm reviewing some news from Philip DeFranco. You know me. I love
the
politics.
Authorities vested in me as the president. Of the
If you
United
want, we
States,
can go
on
to something else, but
Section
yeah.
740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is?
I'm back live again, bro.
And placing the DC
Hopefully,
Metropolitan Police
I'm not
Department under
not
direct
killing the Wi-Fi. Let me check.
federal control.
Right, so you had Trump announcing that Attorney General Pam Bondi, who still hasn't released the Epstein files, assuming command of the Metro Police. And the Defense Department, they'll activate some 800 National Guard personnel who will deploy to the streets of D.C., which notably is something that Trump has more authority to do since, unlike the state of California, the District of Columbia doesn't control its own National Guard. Also, on top of that, Trump reportedly plans to temporarily reassign some 120 FBI agents to nighttime patrol duties in D.C. And as for both the National Guard and FBI in general, it's currently unclear exactly what they'll be doing. Right, and that in part because
Okay. Yeah, and one thing I will also say, I have to say for this is that he's doing this unlawfully. And the weird thing is like you're thinking like, how is this possible? How is this unlawful? How is he unlawful for setting up the National Guard? Usually you would someone will ask for the help. You know? In DC, someone will ask for help, and his reasonings for it kind of allude to it. Oh, we're cleaning up the street, so they're taking away the homeless people, even though homelessness has been dropped more than I think 20% in the coming years. Even though there is a shortage in job, there has been less homelessness. I think the thing is that he is saying these things, and it's just bullshit. But yeah, so let's continue.
over the weekend, you had sources telling reporters that they probably won't have arrest authorities. Instead, it would be the
Okay.
show of force, and they'd support local police doing stuff like driving around the city and running license plates for stolen vehicles and warrants.
You don't need
Then
that. You have
today, Trump said-
3,500.
Immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks.
And this notably comes after the weekend when Trump reportedly sent up to 450 federal agents to D.C. already. But with Trump's latest move, you had him arguing.
We will bring in the military if needed. People say, "Oh, that's so terrible. He's going to bring in." It's been used many times over the years.
And you have critics arguing that using the military for domestic law enforcement is illegal, but Trump already deployed Marines to LA, and he's shown himself willing to ignore the courts on many occasions. Now, with all that said, before we get ahead of ourselves, as far as, what started this whole DC subplot, obviously you have people saying that he's doing anything and everything to distract from Jeffrey Epstein. But also, there was an
Oh, yeah, that
attempted
too. I
target
forgot about that.
of a former Doge staffer known
So
as
he's doing
Big
a pretty
Balls
good-
last week. And since then, Trump and his allies have turned this into a story about the supposedly out-of-control crime that's plaguing DC and other democratic cities.
That's a lie.
Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years.
But it's actually very telling that he picked 2023 there. Because crime, it definitely was especially bad that year, but it's also come down significantly since then. In fact, violent crimes in 2024 reportedly hit a 30-year low, and it's still dropping,
There you go.
reportedly down 26% this year from the
Oh,
same
so I
period
was a little
last
bit
year.
less.
Property crime's also down 5%, and overall crime, that's down 7%. And so then
So I was a little high with my estimation, but yeah. What the hell? Like we can use some extra stuff that could actually help instead of spending billions of dollars on all these other things. One thing that I hate that Trump is doing is student loan forgiveness. For inciting for police force in ICE. That's like, why do that? Instead of just giving people, let's do like, oh no, we're not gonna do it, and then you do it anyway with this caveat. I'm like, bro, just say that you want the Gestapo. Just stop it. And people are record leaving ICE, and the main reason why is because they're seeing it. They're seeing like, oh shit, hold on, I am being I will be recorded in history. They know my face. And that's the thing. Like, people will say through history, because let me tell you, if people had cameras in the past, all the fucked up shit that you guys think like, oh, this didn't happen. No, here's a camera. Let me show you what's happening. If they had cameras for Germany, we would have more evidence and more showing of like, yo, this is how a fascist dictator arises. And Germany is one of them. Germany was saying like, yo, watch out for this dude.
You know, what's Donald Trump's response?
Even funnier, the guys left. The people who were in what do you call, who were here researching about it have left to different countries already. So it's already telling to us that we have to.
To that data, fake news.
We don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down.
And in fact, Trump claimed that DC is literally the #1 murder capital of the world.
41 per 100,000. Number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Baghdad we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica.
Brazil. We make fun of Biden because he can't do the stuff that, he can't speak correctly. But this dude literally can't doing the same thing.
Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned. Lima, Peru. All double and triple.
But again, that's just not true. DC's homicide rate last year was actually 27.3 per 100,000 people, which is far lower than the world's 10 most dangerous cities, according to an analysis. The thing is, it's not just DC. Crime's been falling all over the country. You've got reports saying that homicides nationwide are down 30%. But that said, of course.
And here's the funny thing. They could say that, but what you see on TV is more influenced than what you hear, right? Like, you can hear, crime has decreased by 30% worldwide in the United States, or not in the country. I say worldwide, like we're like the world, but in the country. You would then be greeted with a news cycle. Oh, here's a school shooting, right? Or here's a terrible situation that occurred a few days ago. It was a guy who pushed someone down the subways. Or it could be something so fucked up, right? Well, the thing is, decrease by 30% is better than no decrease. And it's not what you see. You can't see the good things that happen in society when the cycle of news is telling you, hey, everything's on fire. And a lot of times I think that you should just literally just pop out of the news. Stop watching news. I'm watching news right now because this is my only time to watch news. I don't watch news. I literally skip a lot of the things that is represented in news. I do have a few other things to watch, but it's something that I am curious about because in New York mayoral race, I'm interested in seeing if Zohran Mamdani wins. I think that he's pretty good, better than all three candidates. Do I believe he's gonna fix my life? Probably not. But why would I vote for him? He got majority of the things that I like. He has majority of the things that I enjoy. So yeah, but let's continue.
Crime was only one half of the equation. There's also the beauty. And I guess channeling
inner
Wordsworth, Trump delivered this miracle.
I don't know why I don't.
Potentially capital in the world. We always had.
And so like the real estate developer that he is, he wants to make that potential a reality. And he's got lots of ideas.
We're going to clean up the trash and the graffiti and the grime and the dirt and the broken marble panels. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top.
But those things, notably, are not the only way that he's planning to clean up the city, because he also wants to push out the homeless.
We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people, getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the.
So you're just gonna push. Where are you gonna put them? In detention camps? Like, the one thing that I don't get that they do is like, oh, we're gonna move them. And I'm like, cool. Move them. Fine. Let's suggest that you do this. Where are you going to move them to? You can't move them to a different state, because then that means that they also have homeless people, which then they don't even have a bedrock. Like, if you think about it, it's like moving a plant to a different soil, and that plant was not primed and ready to be moved. It doesn't. If this doesn't make sense to you, let's even do an even better like explanation. You cannot move somebody with no information of where they're going, or arrest them, and then they're just going to be in jail again, and whatever.
City. There are many places that they can go.
Right, with that being in addition to yesterday where he truths the homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the capital. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen very fast, just like the border. Now, with that, as far as the numbers, DC has a total population of about 700,000, and a local org told Reuters that nearly 3,800 people are homeless on any given night. Right, and most of them, they stay in public housing or emergency shelters, though 800 are considered to be on the street. So it's currently unclear where Trump intends to put them.
That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. If you guys think about it, you have only 800 in the street, spanning from district to district, street to street. That's pretty impossible to find. You might see one, sure, but it's like, I think he just needs another location. Just build another 800 locations. Or, get them enough money so that they can live in an apartment.
Those people, and it's also unclear what he meant by this vague comment about getting rid of the slums.
I know it's not politically correct. You'll say, oh, so terrible. No, we're getting rid of the slums where they live.
And as far as what else he might do with federal command over the Capitol, we're gonna have to wait to see, though we did get some hints today. And that because he talked about at least 3 things that, according to him, are responsible for the condition of DC and other Democrat-run cities.
This whole thing with cashless bail is a disaster. This city will no longer be a sanctuary.
Oh yeah, I did hear. This city won't be a sanctuary city. I know he was going to say that. I think he named Biden like 13 times in this.
For illegal alien criminals. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke.
Right, so seemingly, if that's his diagnosis, his cure would
So
be
he's
to
gonna
bring
fire
back cash
people.
bail, enforce immigration laws, and quash whatever wokeness he thinks has infected the DC Metro PD. And then you had Trump going on this
Okay,
tough
so he's-
on
yeah,
crime
anyways.
rant, but it also ended with trans people.
See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them because it's the only language they understand. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard. And they're told, don't do anything under any search. So and you can see they want to get at it. The Democrats are weak on crime because they have no idea what they're doing.
The funny thing is, what she's saying is like, oh yeah, they start to fight. Next thing you know, you see footage of the police officers throwing tear gas, and throwing that stuff. It's like they had a permit to protest, to continue walking in a straight line. Well, it's not a permit because we don't want it, because Trump doesn't want it in this direction. Stupid.
That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender.
How does this correlate to crime? When someone does a crime, no matter the gender, it's a fucking crime.
for everybody transgender.
And you know, all of this is in his press conference. Trump didn't just go after DC, he gave a warning to other major cities.
But then I'm going to
I will say, if you go look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you go talk to him about hey, what happens if everyone was tested for their testosterone, and then you measure that, and their testosterone is how everyone, you know, sets it up, and then you're like, oh yeah, technically then that would be a more fair sport, because you're testing everyone's muscles, like you'll get more. And sure, there's a lot more nuance in muscles and estrogen and testosterone work, but that would be very interesting.
New York.
Anyway,
In a little while,
sorry.
let's do this. Let's do this together. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally
Good luck
incompetent.
Good luck with
Look
that.
at,
Good luck with that.
LA.
Chicago's.
Hopefully LA's watching.
You don't fuck with those guys.
That mayor also.
Now, in response to all this,
You don't
had
fuck
the
with NYC
Democratic
either.
Mayor's
Because I heard he was gonna go to LA, Chicago, and New York, meaning that he's gonna release National Guards for some fucking reason. I don't know.
out a statement saying if Trump actually cared about reducing crime, he would have made unprecedented cuts to public safety programs that actually work. Saying if Trump actually cared about our communities, he would be working with our cities, not against them. But the truth is, Trump doesn't care. He only wants to create yet another political charade to serve his own interests and distract Americans from his failures.
He wants to hide the Jeffrey Epstein plot. That's why he's been reacting. He said he's gonna arrest Obama. He said he's gonna do some other stuff. It don't make sense.
DC Mayor Bowser saying in her own press conference this afternoon,
"We know that access to our democracy is tenuous. That is why you have heard me and many Washingtonians before me advocate for full statehood for the District of Columbia. We are American citizens. Our families go to war. We pay taxes and we uphold the responsibilities of citizenship. And while this action today is unsettling and unprecedented, I can't say that given some of the rhetoric of the past, that we're totally surprised. If people are concerned about the president being able to move the National Guard into our city, the time to do that would have been when the Congress had a bill that it could have given control of the DC National Guard to DC.
And notably, she's been relatively deferential to Trump so far during his second term. During his first term, she was much more defiant with her painting Black Lives Matter on a street in front of the White House during the 2020 protests, for example. Whereas in March of this year, she ordered the Black Lives Matter Plaza mural removed after Republicans threatened to withhold federal funding. And as recently as last week, she actually expressed her eagerness to work with federal authorities on reducing crime in the district, though at the same time denying Trump's claims that crime was out of control. And with all that, you had a source telling CNN that Bowser sees a little upside in creating rifts with agencies by opposing Trump's deployment of federal officers. So in the meantime,
So she's trying to play politics with a man who don't play politics. Sure.
it's far from obvious that the residents of DC are as welcome
I don't know how she's gonna work within her favor. No idea, but
of federal intervention. For example, a survey from last April, early May, finding that 71% felt that Trump was getting too involved in
I guess we're not supported. We're not supported by them.
Wasn't getting involved enough. And so for now, while things are looking pretty heated in the Capitol, and we're gonna have to keep our eyes on this.
You give me
whether
you give me a
live there or
sponsorship,
not,
I'll
I'd
support
really
you.
love to know
I'll give you
your
some.
thoughts and reactions.
Give me a free box
Especially
of
as you have
Gatorade
Trump
with no
trying to make it
taxes.
pretty clear that while DC may be used to make an example, it would not be limited to DC
sorry, I needed to
in
check.
the future. And then,
I need to check on my
next
life.
up in the news, it's raining dildos at WNBA games. And while
No
that bizarre
fucking way.
sentence is where the story starts, it somehow gets even weirder from there. Because all of this
How?
began on July 29th when someone threw a green dildo at a game between the Atlanta Dream and Golden State. And there you have the person accused.
Nah, they wildin'. Someone just threw it. I did not capture that though. I hope the ref was just sliding there. You know, they slide into hiding. He's just, you know, like nothing here, nothing here. Because there's kids there, so it's kind of crazy that someone's doing that in the WNBA. Also, certain games they be fire. Certain games WNBA be fire. So I don't
throwing the
know.
toy since being arrested, and
Whatever.
later telling reporters,
I mean, first of all, it was super dangerous, and then
Yeah.
when we find out what it was, I guess we just started laughing. Never seen anything like that.
But since then, the WNBA has only seen more and more dildos. Right, with similar incidents happening at games in Chicago, Los Angeles,
crazy.
Phoenix, and New York, with sex toys sometimes reaching the court and sometimes just hitting people in the crowds. I mean, in New York,
What the
sex toy hit a
fuck?
12-year-old girl in the leg, with the NYPD saying that they're looking at this dude in a Beavis and Butthead shirt as a suspect. And while some, initially laughed and rolled with it, the more that this has been happening,
Yeah, no, no, yeah. Once you get to a line, once you get a line there, you're like, nah, it's not funny. I find it initially funny because this is the first I've ever heard of someone doing this, but
less funny that at the very least players have found it. With, for example, the Indiana Fever's Sophie Cunningham writing, "Stop throwing dildos on the court. You're going to hurt."
Sorry,
me."
I gotta
And
check
Elizabeth
something.
Williams of the Chicago Sky also
oh,
saying,
that too.
Super disrespectful. I don't really get the point of it. It's really immature.
Yeah, that's true. You're trying to do a professional sport.
Right, and you also had the WNBA releasing a statement after it happened the second time, saying the safety and well-being of everyone in our arenas is a top priority for our league. Objects of any kind thrown onto the court or in the seating area
You know what they got to do? Got to throw in the men at NBA. Say that we don't give a fuck. We'll throw it to the men as well. So, sorry.
pose a safety risk for players, game officials, and fans. And adding, in line with the WNBA arena
We go.
security standards,
Let me go increase my. Let me go. Oh, look. I got action. Alright, we're just gonna increase our camera. We're going to unlock. We're going to increase our face because our face is beautiful. Our face is magical. Go in and I'm gonna do this much because we are beautiful. We are fabulous.
any fan who intentionally throws an object onto the court will be immediately ejected and face a minimum 1-year ban, in addition to being
Let's
subject to
go.
arrest
Ban
and
them
prosecution
bitches.
by local authorities. Right, and in addition to the arrest after the first incident in Georgia, you had an 18-year-old man being arrested for throwing a dildo in Phoenix, with reports saying that the sex toy there hit a man in the crowd and possibly his niece as well. And so, with this, you may be wondering questions like, who is behind it? Is there a serial dildo throwing group at WNBA games?
That is a good
Well, at the
question.
very least, I'll say there's a person who claimed to be behind the spree of events, speaking to multiple outlets on Thursday and Friday and saying that this is actually part of a crypto promo. Right? Well, you have many seeing this as simply a sexist prank targeting female athletes. You had that person telling USA Today, we didn't do this because we dislike women's sports or some of the narratives that are
Yeah,
trending
you're
right now
def-
are ridiculous.
You're definitely proving them. You're definitely proving them wrong. Yeah, great. You're definitely proving them wrong.
Creating disruption at games is it happens in every single sport, right? We've seen it in the NFL, we've seen it in hockey, fans doing random things to more or less create attention. That person then going as far as to call it a protest against the toxic nature of the crypto world being dominated by influencers and scammers, with there being a coin reportedly called the Green Dildo coin, and that source, while not revealing their identity, simply going by the name Lieutenant Daldo Rain. And as far as that coin, it apparently started trading on July 28th, which is the day before the first dildo was thrown, with that source telling ESPN it was more or less like an opportunistic approach to, what is already trending. Where is there already controversy, and how do we intercept some of that? So there, while he said that the second person arrested was in fact affiliated with the group, he said that the first person arrested was not and did not throw the sex toy. Though he then also didn't say who did throw it. Right, but then the final aspect, or maybe even twist to this story, involves not investing in crypto, but betting. Right, and that because there are places out there like Polymarket that are letting you bet on whether or not dildos are going to be thrown at upcoming WNBA.
Okay, that's crazy. Okay, so people are throwing dildos. Okay. I'm not sponsored by them, so I can't do it. I can't. We're gonna skip it.
That thing and take the first step. And then
I will say they gotta stop doing it. It's fucking sucks. But
next up, we've got to talk about how this deadly shooting at the CDC has staff demanding action not only on security, but on the lies that they say are fueling the violence. Right, because over the weekend, there was a shooting at the Atlanta headquarters for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. At around 5 p.m. on Friday, you had police
They're why?
a 911 call about an active shooter at the CVS across the street from the CDC office.
Okay.
Dozens of bullets reportedly hitting the exterior of at least 4 CDC buildings, damaging the windows and walls.
thank God these windows are bulletproof, or at least close to bulletproof. I don't know if these are, but it looks like it.
Right, we know that the shooter initially tried getting into the CDC buildings, but was then turned away by security before going across the street. And among the first wave of police response to the shooting was former Marine and rookie officer David Rose of the DeKalb County Police Department, who was shot on the scene and rushed to a nearby hospital where he died. As far as the shooter, he was then discovered dead himself on the second floor of the CVS, though it's unclear whether he died by his own hand or shots fired by the police. And all in all, there were no other reported injuries besides those two. Now, with all that, you ended up seeing the responses that you would expect from this. CDC Director Susan Monarez sending a message to CDC employees saying, the active shooter incident near our campus today has understandably brought fear, anger, and worry to all of us. I want to express my deep appreciation for
Go and grab some All right, I'm back. Alrighty, man. Let's see. Boom, audio's high.
Professionalism and resilience during this time. You then had Health Secretary RFK Jr. saying in a statement, "We know how shaken our public health colleagues feel today. No one should face violence while working to protect the health of others. We are actively supporting CDC staff on the ground and across the agency. Public health workers show up every day with purpose, even in moments of..."
Bro, he wants to help people, but then he denies and says, do not take vaccines. Sure, you want to help. Come on. Get up here. Stop being lazy, bro. Come on. Get your butt over here. Now, get here. Come here. We got our emotional support animal.
grief and uncertainty, with also Atlanta CDC employees being informed that they'd be working remotely today while a security assessment was conducted. Though there you had the American Federation of Government Employees, a union representing CDC workers, pushing for the walls and windows to be repaired before they're sent back to the office, saying, forcing a return under these conditions risks re-traumatizing staff by exposing them to the reminders of the horrific shooting they endured. And as far as the shooter behind that shooting, he was identified as 30-year-old Patrick Joseph White, a man who lived with his parents in Kennesaw, Georgia, and his neighbors described him as a quiet man who often picked up odd jobs around the community like trimming hedges or walking dogs. Though he also recently became unsettled and fixated on vaccines, with his father saying that he'd recently taken serious issue with the COVID-19 vaccine specifically, with White reportedly believing that the vaccine had made him depressed and suicidal. With one of his neighbors even saying that White would bring up vaccines unprompted and in unrelated conversations, saying he very deeply believed that vaccines hurt him and were hurting other people. I had no idea he thought he would take it out on the CDC. And that sentiment actually brings us to the latest update to this story, which is that the American Federation of Government Employees is calling for a statement from the federal government condemning vaccine misinformation, with the union saying that Friday's attack, it wasn't random and, quote, compounds months of mistreatment, neglect, and vilification that CDC staff have endured, with the union arguing that a statement from the government is needed in order to protect CDC staff and scientists from the violence, and adding, their leadership is critical in reinforcing public trust and ensuring that accurate science-based information prevails.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen only because that guy don't give a fuck about vaccines. He thinks that it's the fucking spawn of the devil.
And with all that, there are some, including a group of laid-off CDC employees, that have organized under the banner Fired But Fighting, laying the blame for the vilification of the CDC and their staff on RFK Jr., saying in a statement, Kennedy is directly...
The main reason why these motherfuckers can't do shit is because these guys, they don't combat with their own words. Have you ever, like WHO, CDC, like Science Institute of Science and Medical Medical Research, why don't you just produce your own video explaining it as best as you can? Reason why you don't, because you got too much of a smart ass and you don't simplify it. Do Dr. Mike stuff, like do a video explaining why vaccines are important. Don't just do this, hello there, we're here to help you, here's the reason why you do vaccines. No, get a person in there, get someone who can communicate, make a new board of communications in vaccination and why it's important. But no, you're gonna get RDFK, he's gonna leave it the way it is, he's enjoying it, and then he's gonna fuck you guys over.
Responsible for the villainization of CDC's workforce through his continuous lies about science and vaccine safety, which have fueled a climate of hostility and mistrust, saying we don't need thoughts and prayers. We need an administration that doesn't villainize federal workers who are just trying to do their job. We need a HHS secretary.
You see? Like I don't need to watch this anymore. So like, we can skip this.
There you have many saying, given what we've seen from this government and what we've seen specifically from RFK Jr., it's best probably to not hold your breath. And then in other news, this NVIDIA AMD situation is a game changer. So depending on where you go online, it's being framed very differently. Right? Some saying this is Trump shaking down one of the world's biggest tech companies for a share of their profits. And you have others saying Trump just made a deal to arm China's AI, and you have national security officials.
Yeah, that's what you got to be careful with. None of this is coincident. You're gonna have a tech feudalism. If you don't know what tech feudalism is, we're gonna go into it. But tech feudalism, and we're gonna go into this. But you're gonna have corporations back as lords and nobles, and they're gonna fuck us over.
furious. But as far as the core thing that they're talking about, it's the news that
But
NVIDIA and AMD
I don't know
have agreed to
anything.
pay the U.S. government 15% of the money that they
I definitely don't know that Elon Musk is just poisoning. It's not poisoning us at all. If you don't go to his AI farm, but whatever.
from selling certain
That hasn't
computer
been,
chips
you know.
in China. And yeah, you do have experts
Oh,
warning
look.
that the 15% of the
You
money
got
that they make from selling
that guy over there looks like Andrew Cuomo. I hope that's not him.
computer chips
He looks
in
like him.
China. And yeah, you do have experts warning that the deal sparks national security concerns. Because the United States previously banned the sale of several powerful chips to China under export controls that are usually related to national security concerns. And in April, you had the Trump White House restricting the sale of NVIDIA's H20 chip and AMD's MI308 chip. But then last month, you had Trump saying that he might ease restrictions on selling chips to China if
Main reason why he is because he wants to have control over the companies, not him directly, but America. He's probably doing it. He's trying to do that. He's trying to make leverage, which is gonna harm us. Because you know what's funny? Tariffs harm the consumer, which then is gonna repeat this hurting cycle. But it's a hurt cycle because you put tariffs. Oh, it's gonna move. They're gonna move to buy somewhere else. Well, a lot of the products that you believe that are meant to be built in America, or you think it would be built in America, they don't have it anymore. It's all gone. You're going to have to wait 10, 20, 15 years, and then it's going to be back into the market. Wait, you still don't have that business because then you got to train these motherfuckers.
Beijing agreed to speed up the export of rare earths.
It's
When you
whatever.
know it, a few
It just-
days later, the Trump administration reversed course on NVIDIA's H20 chip,
Yeah,
saying that
that
the
makes
company
sense, yeah.
would be able to sell them to China. Though notably, there it didn't actually issue the licenses allowing those
Yeah.
sales to move forward. That is, until now, with sources telling the New York Times that the Commerce Department began granting licenses for AI chip sales 2 days
Yep.
after NVIDIA CEO met with Trump at the White House and agreed to the 15%. Though even before that, you had security experts, including some who served during Trump's first term, writing to the administration expressing
My
deep
bad.
concern that NVIDIA's H20 chip was a potent accelerator of China's AI capabilities, with them acknowledging that yes, the biggest buyers in China would be civilian companies, but they expected
Yeah.
that chips would also be used by the military. With them then going on to write, chips
We'll say scalpers. They're gonna have a field day. Holy shit. They're gonna fucking scalp the shit out of these
optimized for
frickin-
AI inference will not simply power consumer products or factory logistics. They will enable autonomous weapons systems, intelligence surveillance platforms, and rapid advances in battlefield decision making. And now, right after the news of this deal broke, you have one of the people who signed that letter, someone who served on the National Security Council under both Trump and Biden, again speaking out, saying that this is going to incentivize China to push for more concessions and pressure
Yeah.
companies to make similar deals, saying you're selling our national security for corporate profits. And then beyond that, as far as other reactions, you have some investors calling the deal a shakedown, others
I don't know how people like fall for this shit. You know? Like, how do you guys like live your life and say like everything's okay? We can trust Trump and what he does in business. You don't question it. You be like, this is a smart move. Is this a smart move? Even in Biden, I was questioning his shit. I was like, yo, is this a smart move? We're leaving Afghanistan like a shit show. And like, everyone's like, well, it was Biden's, but no, it was Trump's plan and he followed through with that fucking plan. Was it a smart fucking plan? No. These two were fucking idiots.
saying that this agreement is a tax on exports, which has long been considered illegal in the United States. So the thing is, well, this deal might be highly unusual overall.
Yeah.
It's also kind of the thing that we've come to expect from Trump.
Right.
Whereas, well, not a direct one-to-one. You have things like back in June, for instance, he allowed a Japanese steel company to effectively take over U.S. steel in exchange for the U.S. government getting a stake in the business. And then when it comes to China, he's been kind of back and forth on it. I mean, we're seeing this news here, but there's also stuff like last week we talked about Trump calling for the resignation of the CEO of Intel over his alleged ties to China. But now we're seeing this news, and we've learned that Trump's actually bringing Intel CEO to the White House for a conversation. Or with many wondering, one,
Yeah,
what's
so they
happening
can
there? We're gonna
force him
see a big
to force him
announcement there, but
to,
also, too, kind of part of the
allegiance to
larger
him,
conversation.
not
In addition to
America.
people saying this is unusual or saying it's illegal, people wondering if Trump is taking short-term wins, but effectively giving China the future. And then next up in the news, China may already be using AI to infiltrate your feed, your group chats, and your mind. I know that sounds wild, but let me explain. It's two professors at Vanderbilt University Institute of National Security named Brett Goldstein and Brett Benson recently recently published an op-ed in the New York Times on the subject. What they said is they recently uncovered a bunch of documents that show a Chinese company called Galaxy is at the head of a technologically advanced state-aligned influence campaign to use human-like bot networks and psychological profiling to target individuals. With a big thing here being the
This is all part of getting your info. You think you're free? Hell no. Get that info. Steal their info. Get their shit, bro.
combination of generative AI
They're gonna
and
grab
mountains
your
of personal
information.
data on you. And according to the Bretts, the documents say that Galaxy's systems work by continually
They're gonna
mining
grab your
social media
information. They're
platforms to
gonna
build
make
dynamic
sure that
psychological
you're
profiles and then
freaking
customizing content to a person's values, beliefs, emotional
shit.
tendencies, and vulnerabilities. And from there, AI personas can engage users in what appears to be an authentic conversation that adapts in real time to avoid detection. We're talking liking posts, leaving comments, and pushing targeted content just like a real person. With them saying the result is a highly efficient propaganda engine that's designed to be nearly indistinguishable from
regular industries, yeah, regular news people. I can't wait into the point where there's gonna be no jobs. Y'all think, oh, there's gonna be jobs out there. No one.
legitimate online interaction delivered instantaneously at a scale never before achieved. Right, and that is you had outlets like Axios explaining. The threat of smarter, more realistic fake friends transcends malicious actors trying to warp your sense of politics or reality. It hits your most personal inner thoughts.
You're gonna talk to someone in Discord, they haven't been. You're gonna be like, oh, yo, bro, have you checked this out? It's like, nah, bro, but you gotta check this out. China's doing great things.
And struggles. And in fact, you have the Bretts going on to say that Galaxy has already deployed this technology in Hong Kong, and they say the documents suggest plans to do the same in the United States. And while they don't provide any examples of the conversations, they say that this tech is used to minimize opposition
So what I'm
to
gonna
the
do,
national security law that cracked down on.
I'm gonna go eat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go eat, guys. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Okay, we're back.
Fuck.
Don't start yet, buddy. We're not there yet. All right. We're just gonna go here, go here, go here.
In Hong Kong. And then they say it was deployed again in the lead up to the 2024 Taiwanese election, with Brett saying that during that campaign,
Manipulation.
ways to undermine Taiwan's Democratic Progressive Party, which opposes China's claim over the island. Saying the company gathered and likely supplied information on trends in Taiwanese debate and recommended the deployment of bot networks to exploit political divisions between the parties. Now, with all that said, you had Galaxy denying providing any tech support for activities in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Along with that, you had a rep from the company saying that Galaxy is focused on business intelligence, and they denied the accusations in the op-ed, as well as claiming that they're not under the authority of any government agency or organization. Though with that, you had the op-ed claiming there are just several connections that are too glaring to ignore. Things including their operation within China's national security priorities, their founding happening back in 2010 at the state-controlled Chinese Academy of Sciences, along with their continued work with top intelligence, party, and military bodies. Not to mention that in 2021, it started receiving funding from a Beijing-based supercomputing firm that the Pentagon had previously flagged as a Chinese military affiliate. And there's a noted risk here because, as a Harvard Business Review study from earlier this year pointed out, the #1 use for chat-based generative AI is therapy and companionship, which, as reports noted, lines up with what the big AI companies are finding. People are turning to AI in search of buddies and shrinks. And with that, it comes with an avalanche of issues, namely being more vulnerable to tech, like with what the Bretts are warning about, which is then also why in their op-ed they close it out by...
Sorry about that. I'm just trying to double check if I think I have Wi-Fi here, so let me go and make sure that data saver. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is connected. Can't have two Wi-Fi's connected next to you. No. I wonder why my signal is bad. Drop frames, 30 frames per second. CPU, 7.4%. I'm like, yo, work harder, not smarter. Anyway.
Urging the United States to take action on all fronts. It's saying that researchers need to map how artificial intelligence, open source intelligence, and online influence campaigns converge to serve hostile state objectives. The private sector needs to ramp up AI detection tools, and the federal government needs to work on identifying and countering false profiles like this, while also disrupting the infrastructure behind the operations. And then,
I think it's going to take too long.
At the individual level, you as a person and a user, you need to be vigilant and thoughtful when it comes to who you're friends with or who you're conversing with, or even just what you're sharing online. Because so much of what we're putting out there, it's being put into AI-made handbooks on how to best manipulate us. And remember, all of this is happening at a time where this is the worst that AI will ever be from here on out. It's going to become more effective, it's going to be harder to detect, and become more widely used. And then, next up in big international news, is Vladimir Putin manipulating Donald Trump to get out of new sanctions and tariffs while continuing...
Yeah, this is nothing. All right, so we're just going to end this. I'm going to end this right here. Okay, you know what we'll do? We'll just end this right here because I don't care that much about that. We could go into history. I think history would be more fun. We got the abolitionists. That's gonna be really interesting. I did watch a little bit, but we'll go back. We got Valenti videos. Favorite YouTube channel. Love him. We have the I think this is the senator who divide. This is the rabbit hole. You go into the rabbit hole. McCarthyism, how McCarthyism works. This is more entertaining. I would say this one's way more entertaining. He has 5 episodes. It cost him like $3,000 to do. I think 5,000. Last time I heard him talk about it. I don't know if he's cool with me reacting to his videos, but if he is, and I'll probably get it next time he's on stream, and I'll probably message him saying it's cool if I review your stuff. But I will do episode uno. This one right here.
What is up, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs?
Let's start.
Stepping foot into the Valentiverse.
Let's go.
Chris Valenti, and this is the beginning of a new era. Thank you for joining us in this great adventure as we take a deep dive into the world around us, the world before us, and the world that we will leave behind.
Okay.
Some of you may love me, some of you may hate me, but most of you won't know who the fuck I am. We're gonna change that.
I hope so.
Now, let's get down to business, because we have got a really, really packed show for you today, folks. folks.
All right.
We're talking about
I gotta say, his setup is fucking fire. He has a ray gun, a fucking mug that is freaking barbaric, like in the good way, in the good time. But also, he has fucking Odin with Fenrir, I think. Are they the two wolves? Yeah, he has the two wolves. That is Odin. That has to be Odin. It looks like Odin. It probably could be just any other, but he has a raven on it. I'm like, that's Odin. That is facts.
Trump's cabinet picks, or as I like to call them, the Injustice League. We're going to be talking about Germany's governmental collapse, a little deja vu. Talk about aliens living in the oceans, the drone invasion of New Jersey. I mean, fuck it, we're going to talk about Marvel rivals. So,
You cool?
go get yourself a real healthy snack and some alkaline water before RFK catches you eating those Doritos.
Boom, bitch.
Strap the fuck in.
I don't got anything else. I already ate. Bro needed, yo, bro looks totally different. Bro looks totally different with his hair down. With his hair down. We cut off his hair, he looks totally different. Oh, if you guys have any questions on like, you know,
First things first. Let's talk about Trump's cabinet.
let's go.
No, not the one where he keeps his copy of Mein Kampf. We're talking about his cabinet picks for the upcoming administration. See, a
I like that. That was a fucking.
lot of shit has gone down since he won the election, which he did. For you Lebanon conspiracy theorists who are still looking for 20 million lost votes. Or did we drop that? Like the Democrats dropped bombs on Gaza.
Ooh.
Listen, liberals, don't go storming the Capitol now. That's the only fucking thing that we have over MAGA right now. So please don't fuck that up for the rest of us, okay? Regardless, Trump, he got straight to business picking his cabinet. And it seems like he doesn't really give a shit about qualifications this time. Buddy is out for vengeance this time around. And he knows the game. The guy was a fucking president for 4 years, and his own party was actively unsupportive of him in the end. So now he's like, why don't I put my own loyalists in charge? So let's just go down the list for a sec, okay, and point out some of the problems with a few of these people. First, we had Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Now, if you don't know who Matt Gaetz is, I'm very jealous of you. But all you gotta know is this fucking rat from Florida.
I need to clean this. All right. So I don't know who Matt Gaetz is. Matt, yeah, whatever that guy is. I think he was a politician. I'm
There's
really
been
sorry.
an investigation for sex trafficking and sexual misconduct with a minor. Not to
You know, we watching this again because I watched this already. I'm not trying to like fake you guys like, oh, I've been watching. This is news to me. New light has been shined upon me because JFK, not JFK, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein is now one of the most potent situations that could make him even worse. So if he succeeds in the lawsuit, I don't know if the lawsuit has passed yet. But yeah, this is great. This is great. This is moving on to a great remembrance.
a literal Holocaust denier to the State of the Union,
Cool.
paying hush money to minors over Venmo, and just being an overall scary-looking humanoid. So much for protecting the kids, right? But, oh, wait, I'm sorry. Matt Gaetz just dropped
That hits so much harder now because of the fucking, what do you call, they want to do this new phone thing where it's like, we have to have your ID to like do all that BS. But really, it's not true. There's so much water here. Melted. Oh, melted. Yeah, I got a goddamn toaster. And I'm fat. Both can be true at the same time. I don't need your approval. Please tell me you like me. Give me a like, please.
nomination because he didn't want the ethics committee to regarding his relations with a minor. Doesn't seem sketchy.
That's
at all.
nice.
Hey,
That's
Matt,
nice.
show us
Yeah.
your hard drive while you're at it.
You will have Epstein right there, then Donald Trump, and everyone else. I just sexual predator more than money.
Want to check?
It's basically what
who
he's.
does Trump end up replacing Matt Gaetz with? A woman by the name of Pam Bondi, a foreign agent for Qatar.
I felt like that was something that I've heard before. Like Pan Bondi, I've heard not because I've heard this, but before that, like there was something about that. But
A Scientologist and a person who stole
Oh,
a woman's
shit.
dog after Hurricane Katrina. 14-month-long custody battle, by the way. Now, here's some stuff that you gotta know about this woman.
fair.
She was on Trump's team back in 2018. Okay, she served on Trump's legal team during his first impeachment trial. She has spoken at numerous Trump rallies. This woman is a loyalist for Big Daddy Trump. That is her only qualification for this role. Granted, it's more than that, Gates. Now, let's move on. Oh, Jesus Christ, I totally forgot. The Secretary of Education is Linda McMahon from the WW.
Worst cabinet pick. Because I know what happens later. That is Harvard doing the most gangster shit I've ever seen before. But let's continue.
Fucking Christ. I'll be roll the clip.
What do you do, chokeslammer?
I don't know. I mean, call me crazy.
I would start laughing the hell out of that
should be in
situation.
charge of a school, let alone the entire American education system. But yet again, she was picked because of her loyalty to Trump. I mean, she's Vince McMahon's wife. For
Once you have, what's up, buddy? Come here. You want attention? Come over here. Let's continue. Both wrong ears, bro. Come on.
fuck's sake, Trump is always at these goddamn fights. It's like he's obsessed with two things: Men in Tights and Phantom of the Opera. I don't blame him. Oh, let's also not forget about the new Doge department. The Department of Government Efficiency, spearheaded by Elon Musk. The guy who bid almost $50 billion on Twitter and then fought in court to not have to pay that much. Who then notoriously destroyed the entire app, fired everyone who worked there, renamed it to X.
Which was the worst thing they can ever do.
This porn-infested, violence-fueled safe haven, which is simply designed for Elon Musk to force us to read his thoughts while he takes his shit. Thanks, Elon.
I will say, that the one thing that's for sure about Elon Musk is that how do you make this app, right, even worse than what it already is? We already knew it was a dumpster fire, but at least it didn't have porn. And then he noticed that he was losing money, so then he put porn in there so that he could still keep the money, because at least now all the porn addicts are basically like there. And like, oh, no one's gonna leave if there's porn there. It's like Tumblr. You just don't take out the porn.
Can't forget Vivek Ramaswamy. Come on,
I don't know how
you know him, the guy who spent millions of dollars running for president just to get laughed out of the primary. I mean, that's real efficient, Vivek. Let's talk about another one of his picks. Robert fucking Kennedy Jr.
Worst fucking pick in my life. Worst fucking pick that, I'm late for this, but it's worst fucking pick.
The man with an actual fucking brain worm. The man who claims that there has never been a safe vaccine ever. The man who chopped off a whale's head with a chainsaw, strapped it
Really?
to his van, and then drove it home.
Oh,
the
shit.
man who made a blood pact with Poseidon himself in exchange for the ability of echolocation. Prove me wrong, I dare you. Listen,
It's so
I
true.
can't fucking understand these picks, man. It's unbelievable. And then we got fucking
Go back.
Hegseth as
That's
the
it.
Secretary of Defense.
Oh yeah, this drunk fuck.
Well, guys, the Secretary of Defense is such a vital part of the U.S. government that I don't even think I can properly explain it to you. Luckily, we do have a history expert to defer to on these sort of situations. So let's bring him out. Professor Valenti, you want to cover this?
Sure thing, Chris. Hi, how are you? Professor Valenti here to give you a quick rundown on what the Secretary of Defense is. You see,
I would love
in
a full
order to
feature
really
show
understand this, we're going to have to go back
for
in
this.
time a little bit. You see, before
These characters that he could make are fucking hilarious. The more it continues, the better it gets. Also, you can see how like different the characters are. I know that I've heard him before saying that he did acting. So this is pretty nice. He's pretty good. Bachelor's in acting, or I think no, bachelor's in history, and then something with associate with something else.
there was no real organization within the U.S. military. Now, I say that because during World War II, we had our three branches of the military. The
Army, Navy,
and the Marines.
yeah. I was questioning. I was like, could it be the Air Force? But I could have been wrong.
Now, these three branches had their own chain of command, or
Okay.
their own leadership structure. The Army
Okay.
had their own Secretary of War. The Navy had their own Secretary of the Navy. Little on the nose, huh?
Okay.
Not to mention the newly formed Air Force, because there was no overarching position intended to.
Oh, so there was the Air Force, but it wasn't in high command enough so that there was control or structure for them because it's brand new, just like the Space Force.
Oversee the entirety of the military. Things got messy when it came to communication.
So I think they were attached to something. So maybe they could have been attached to the Navy still. So then if they're attached, so now once they get strong enough, the Space Force, they will then be their own branch, which they are, but it's like not as good.
You see, after World War II ended, our nation felt the
Something to be sides tainted about. It would be crazy if like there's a Space Force, and then there will have to be like another Army force to get into like, let's say, habitizing the planet. So there'll be like that type of stuff. It'd be kind of interesting. They'll be specifically for entering into space, and not entering into space, entering into planets.
need for some sort of unification between these three branches.
Like a Marine version, you know?
And that's when the JCS was born, or the Joint Chiefs of Staff. See, this was intended to be a military advisory board to the president, sort of like a group of military experts intended to give the president advice. But there was still no unified leadership. All those different JCSs would give differing opinions and pieces of advice. Now that's inefficient.
So yeah, so guy of the groups.
In the eyes of a president. But everything changes in 1947. We get the National Security Act.
Oh yeah. So like, if three to four different people come in to say this is happening, this is happening, this is happening, it's not gonna be that. So like, one person
of
tells them everything.
1947 created the DoD, or the Department of Defense.
Okay.
Now, this combined those two departments from earlier, the Navy and the Army. And at the head of this Department of Defense would be the Secretary of Defense. These fucking sixth graders above me keep running around. Sorry about that. See, you understand how everything's getting together now? Well, of course you do. You're a smart kid. Not like those sixth graders. See, this Secretary of Defense would then be responsible for overseeing the entire U.S. military and all its branches. Now, does this make things more efficient? Sure. But it also gives the power of the strongest military in human history to an unelected official. I sure as hell don't get a say in who the SecDef is, and neither do you. Now, it's important to understand that times have changed since 1947, and the position changed with the time. During the Cold War, the SecDef was focused on military readiness in case of nuclear war.
Yeah.
After the Cold War, a lot of focus was put on building up NATO
I
and
didn't know that
developing
part.
good relationships with our allies. After 9/11 and moving into the modern era, the SecDef has had to worry about cybersecurity, space warfare, and the rise of autonomous targeting systems. Listen, all you
Which is a hellscape. If you think about it, you're okay. Good. I thought I'm planning up Marble Rivals right now.
gotta know is this, guys. The Secretary of Defense is in charge of the Department of Defense.
Yes.
And the Department of Defense is focused on national security,
Okay.
our military's readiness, strategy in terms of geopolitics, and our nation's policies regarding self-defense. Let's just hope that President Trump picked somebody good for the job. Back to you, Chris.
He chose a fucking Fox News host with a white supremacist tattoo.
Oh yeah. You know the reason why they have these? So this is great. This is a great thing for us to learn about. So white supremacists and Nazis. Why do you think they have eclectic and Nordic like tattoos? Can anyone guess why? Well, if everybody guess that they're because it's a white culture, you'd be correct. Well, now eclectic is technically yes, but here's the thing: the reason why they have this is to show loyalty to each other. So for Nazis, they use Nordic language, and you can find some great research and a book on how Nazis have claimed and taken over Nordic language, and you can even tell this by also showing, like, you can also see, like, like you kind of like want to see like what the dwarf, like in D&D, you want to see what the dwarves actually, like, you know, have. And that thing that they have is the Nordic design. And one of the controversies that I've seen in 2022 is when you know, D&D got into that rough patch because they fucked up. There is a someone who said, oh yeah, it's based off a lot of Nazis are using it for that, and it's actually brings in people to get into Nazi. So that's why, like, the little circle thing, Nazi, the eclectic, it's going to, they co-op it to force people out. So you force black people out, force people who are not them, and then that forces other white people who are in the same ideology to keep it, so that, oh look, this is ours now, which is never was theirs anyway.
We genuinely may be cooked. But enough of this. We gotta move on to something lighter.
Also, you're saying that's not eclectic. It is, because I believe that that's a symbol for something. I don't know what it exactly is, but that is one of these symbols.
Right?
But,
Like,
yeah.
German
Oh, it's the same thing also as how, like, the Nazis did with the peace sign. They just curved it. Same thing.
governmental collapse. Shall we? That's it.
Oh, and also the Nazis, they also change. They also change, like, the Nazis. So let's say that a Nazi is so recognizable they can't use it no more. So what people have done, they try to move it and, like, maneuver it around to make it look like a Nazi symbol, but it's something totally different to make people not notice it is a Nazi symbol. So that basically that forces people to be like, oh no, that is not Nazis. That's just a weird symbol, and it's actually a Nazi symbol, just that it's just rearranged.
Lighter note. So,
Like an
guys,
updated version of
before
Nazis.
we start shitting on Germany, I want to clarify just a few things, okay? The Germany that we know is a fucking millennial. It's like 35 years old at best. And I know that you know a 35-year-old, and they are collapsing as well, okay? So give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, I know what you're going to say, but Chris, Germany is in fact not 35 years old. Yeah, I know, fucker. Let me explain. See, Germany, it didn't unify until 1871, right? Before that, there's just various Germanic peoples living in the area that we now know as Germany. But when Germany united, they were more than a century behind their neighbors, like France and Spain and the UK. So when World War I rolls around, they take it as an opportunity to expand their empire. Problem is, they got fucking shellacked. Ha! So, when the war ends, okay, all of this blame is put on Germany in the Treaty of Versailles. That's the treaty that ended World War I, okay? And it leads to a heightened state of desperation. Germany's fucked. They lose access to their navy, the Rhinelands, the coal mines, all that good stuff, right? And then the Great Depression hits America. And note, this is important, this is all during the Lend-Lease Act. We are literally sending billions of dollars to Germany, and once that depression hits, we get inflation, they get hyperinflation.
Oh yeah, that's why there's a little funny thing that's happening in Russia and Ukraine. It's gonna happen soon, and it's gonna be the same thing. Now, what side is gonna be? It's gonna be the question. Hey, buddy, are you getting a lot of itchiness? Is that the reason why you're crying, or do you want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk? Okay, give me a few more minutes. I'm gonna end this video early.
Wait, take a look at this. See that? That's fucking real. 1 billion German marks for a loaf of bread. So Germany's fucked, desperate, willing to blame anybody, and that's when we start to see the rise of fascism, which leads to World War II.
When you have how people learn how to hold someone accountable, not hold someone accountable. You are having a rough patch, right? And a lot of times, what a person will do is to blame for their issues, but really, it's your own damn fault. Now, this is different from what Germany had. What this happened was, it was really because you lost the war, and because you signed the deal. I was gonna say Sokovia deal, but we're not Marvel now. But yeah, you signed this deal that is highly disadvantageous. Also, you also have the issues with someone else saying, hey, this shit's a shitty deal. This forces other people to now reach into power. Who is to blame? It's the rich, right? It's the lords, right? It's anyone who has any form of power, minorities. And you can say that, oh, how is that helpful? It's happening right now in America. Minority people are not as safe. Latinos, they'll be questioned, and if you speak a lick of Spanish, they'll arrest you. Like, oh, you must be illegal. It's like, no, I'm American. Here's my ID. And then they'd be like, what ID? No? So, yeah. And, you know, I like to say, I had a conversation once with a few people, and one thing that I've heard them say is that cops never enter inside a house without a warrant. It's 99.99, and I'm like, you believe that a human person don't make mistakes like that, and you think it's, first off, 99.9 is an impossible number to grab, not a number that is consistent with life. There are people who are malicious, who get it after, which then, like, there's a lot of things that go. I'm telling you, that's one of them. It's some bullshit. Anyway.
And we all know how that one ended for the Germans. But this is where it gets important. What happened after Germany lost World War II?
Also, Hitler used the idea of communism to bring people together. So have fun with that. You figure that one out.
They're split
If you
in
don't,
half.
if you don't believe me, go check it out.
East and West Germany, East and West Berlin, the
Yep.
Berlin Wall, half to the Soviets, half to the Allies. That fucking wall didn't come down until 1989.
I don't know.
And then the Germany that we know.
I watch a lot of webtoons. They're great.
So, yes, Germany is like a 35-year-old millennial having a midlife crisis. I'm right again.
That we have possession of bodies.
Yes.
We have is it multiple types of
The House
creatures, or-
oversights committee holds a hearing on unidentified anomalies. Oh yeah, this alien thing, so they can like dodge some shit.
The supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
Let us speed it up.
Guys, we got aliens living in the ocean. I gotta be so fucking for real. No shit, they're in the ocean. Guys, you gotta think like an alien, okay? You're zipping around space, you're looking for somewhere to live because you fucked up and blew up your whole ass planet, and next thing you know, you see a big blue ball out in the void. So you send out one of your scouts, Zeplar. Zeplar comes back and he says, yo, that fucking bitch is 75% water, bro. There's only one dominant species, and they're called Homo sapiens. They only live on land. You said, see, scout, you go, what do you mean they only live on land? You just said the planet is 75% water. Okay? Zeplar says, he says, well, they haven't figured out the pressure. You know, it's the pressure, Jack. It's like they got these douchebags and fake seal skin and flippers, and they suck out air tanks, but no, like 95, 96% of the ocean is up for grabs. I mean, yeah, let's just park the UFO there. I mean, if this ship can go faster than the speed of light, I'm frankly certain that it can handle the pressure of Earth's ocean. Let's be so fucking for real, Zeplar. Get it done. Right? Come on. I mean, have you guys ever seen...
I will say, yeah. I don't have anything else. I don't think I have anything else to comment, and I don't like to just watch a video just for commenting. So I'm gonna try to finish this as fast as I can.
Up close. It doesn't even go here. I'm telling you. I think the funniest part about all of this is that it's fun.
I think he needs to work more on his comedy because I think that could have hit a little bit harder than what it actually was. It's like, and also Zeplar is one of his original characters that he did in TikTok. So
100 years ago, there'd be total chaos, mass panic, people jumping from roofs, churches burning.
it's a nice callback.
No, we're just along for the ride. I mean, as a New Yorker, I'm gonna welcome them in. Come on in, man. Give us your time to get poor.
One thing's for sure, yeah, I feel that too. I would not give a fuck.
These fucking drones, huh? I mean, can somebody, anybody, explain to me what the actual fuck is going on with these drones in New York and New Jersey? There has been over 3,000 reports of
So I had to increase the volume.
objects floating over somebody's house since like mid-November. I mean, we got fucking Tony Soprano unloading the 9 of these fucking things since the powers that be can't seem to come to a conclusion as to what the fuck these things are. Okay, in the past week alone, I've heard the Jersey state government claim that there is an Iranian mothership off the East Coast launching these things. Bullshit. Okay, then I heard that these are gamma detection drones that are looking for a dirty bomb in New Jersey. And let me just say this. I know Jersey. The only dirty bomb in Jersey is what Joey Diaz leaves behind in Chili's bathroom after too many jalapeno poppers. Okay, now, get this.
Okay, that's good.
We've got these fucking religious psychos claiming that they are biblical angels coming down to hit you with the old "be not afraid" right before starting the rapture. But by far, the most egregious thing that I've heard is from the federal government themselves.
Oh yeah, he don't believe in God. So this makes sense.
We don't know what they are, but they're not a threat. What the fuck does that even mean? You can't have it both ways.
Also, I don't. Whatever I say about that, it's just you just don't believe in God.
You
That's it.
know what it is, and it's not a threat. Or you don't know what it is, and by definition, it's a threat. Let me get something straight, guys. If I deployed a basic drone in Manhattan without the proper licensing and proper permits, they would blast that piece of junk right out of the sky. Okay? How is it that our government can read a license plate?
There is a joke right there too. Blast that thing, the sky. You know, it's whatever.
From a satellite in
I just basically repeated that.
space, right? They can find fingerprints on a fucking Kit Kat wrapper thrown in the trash last year. Yeah.
I would love this as a show though.
1, 4,
He needs to work on it though. You need some good writers. You need,
No, I ain't no expert on aviation, but I have seen these fuckers with my own eyes, right on the Hudson. They got them red and green FAA lights on them. You know, they wouldn't have those if they weren't trying to comply with the FAA. So, I don't know why they're in Jersey, of all places, but I certainly believe that these drones belong to us. And, believe it or not, we actually have a drone expert in studio today. Now, granted, he claims to be a time traveler that fought in World War III, but we're gonna get him out here to give you his opinion on the matter. Grandpa Valenti.
Grandpa Valenti.
You see, this is how it all began, son. I'm telling you, this is how the government gets you used to them goddamn clankers and wings.
The goddamn government's testing you. They want to see your reaction when a fleet of drones starts patrolling. See, during the Battle of Paris in 2051, we done went ahead and sent a drone fleet 5,000 strong against the Andromedans, but us doughboys, see, we're used to the drones by then. Amazon and Domino's, they make sure of that. But the French,
Amazon and
you know how they
Domino's.
sounded. Those baguette-eating bastards start shooting out our own damn drones. I tried to tell them, I said, listen here, you frog-eating son of a bitch, you're shooting down our own damn drones. This is why I always say, racism is never okay unless they're fucking
Unless they're fucking frogs. like, they ain't racist unless they're fucking fraud. What the fuck? Jesus.
Where did you find this fucking guy? We gotta be vetting these people. I'm sorry, but listen, guys.
We gotta vet these people. I'm sorry. What the fuck?
You've been playing Marvel Rivals. Of course you have. You see, this game.
I'm doing it right now.
What the fuck? Oh, is this a prank? Is this something you did? What's that? I have no idea what's
Oh, that's his friend. I know that voice.
Hey there, asshole!
Oh, General Valenti.
Well, of course you do. You're not playing as a team. So, listen here, shit stick. Your strength comes from working together with your fellow soldier on the battlefield. So all you Spider-Man mains, play as a fucking healer. You're not helping the team by swinging around the map like a goddamn ballerina in a red onesie. I want your ass swimming around the Hulk as Jeff the motherfucking land shark. But hey, let's be honest with one another. You're selfish. I get it. So am I. You want to get better as Spider-Man, huh? Of course you do, you little shit. Here's a tip. Turn off auto swing. You want to sit to that fucker? Point that fucker. Turn off that damn auto swing. Target the Punisher. Uppercut his shit straight to the Shadow Realm, son. And another thing. Fuck Iron Man. He's a billionaire CEO with no superpowers other than being a rich little... But now, Stark Industries is our #1 sponsor of you. You have to be vetting these people a little bit more, okay? Sorry, guys. Listen. Long episode, huh? So let's just do a quick recap of what we learned today, folks.
I'm dead.
Let's start with Trump's cabinet picks. Moral of the story is this. I do not criticize Trump's cabinet picks out of hatred. I criticize them out of fear. Genuine fear that these people that Trump are choosing are not qualified for these positions, but they are instead hand-picked loyalists, yes men and sycophants, dismantling government structures and replacing them with private institutions like Doge, spearheaded.
By the way, every Republican should have had an issue with that, but they didn't because they're Republicans. So it's like, whatever. Right. I don't know why I'm doing this at the same time. I should have had more management. All right, I died. Good news.
A selfish billionaire who couldn't give less of a fuck about people like you and me. I don't think that's a good use of my tax dollars, okay? Do yourself a favor. Keep a close eye on these people, because they will be keeping a close eye on you. Now, Germany's government is in fucking shambles, man. But
all right.
The moral of the story is that our parents, they watch
I think that's it.
rise and fall, and so will we. Governments will change. Governments will fail. This world, this understanding of geopolitics, this is something that was created by...
Yeah. Oh, they heard I was gonna move. I was gonna switch it. Gonna show you guys this gameplay, and then they're like, nah. If you do that, you're fucking yourself over. Don't worry. Don't do that at all. All right, I don't got magic. And I died again because I cannot pop a hole from shit.
Is flawed. So will be our institutions. Next point. Aliens. They're living in the ocean. And our government has had their bodies in ships for nearly a century. Now, this didn't come as a surprise to me and many others.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's it. I'm not gonna watch it anymore. I'm gonna go to more. Go to. I got a lot. I got this one for storytelling. I got this one for what's going on with books. I love books. I do want to know about books, but I do also got something for Dr. Mike. So, also this. So we're gonna go to Dr. Mike next. But first, let's see if we can switch it to games. Cause you know, fuck it. Fucking why not? I'm gonna pop an ult. gonna die. It's coming. Thank God. I still haven't popped my ult. I'm about to pop my ult. Oh, I just got him. There we go. I'm still alive. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, shit. Jeff this Landshark did his finest. God damn. God damn. I'm not playing too well. That's for sure. I'm not playing too well. I'm not even also here. I missed so hard. So hard. I'm gonna switch to Penny. Nice. Nice. She wants to get closer to the point. She can pop it. So, yeah. Oh my God. I'm gonna win. Let's see. Gotta build it up. Can't hear shit. Motherfucker! Got some cuts. Damn it. I'm gonna die so fucking hard. Oh, we're gonna lose. We got 99 on 99. God damn it. I don't even think my ult is ready. Or my second ability is ready. 71 seconds. I'm gonna have to walk to that area. Up. Go down. Nice, we won. Okay, okay, we won. We won. Just gotta get the next one. Hold up. I don't even think you guys can hear it. So I muted it. So you were just watching for the love of the game. You were just watching for the love of the game then. I don't even think it's working that well.
All
I
those
appreciate
prices
it.
I quietly put out, you have no idea.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So literally right when I
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Velasco said I should stay away from you. He really hates you.
He should. Also, I see you're not taking his advice.
I don't really let people or demons tell me what to do.
here we go.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Intruders detected.
Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up. Harmony always dragged the girls' robots with me, though.
Here is an enemy to pursue. Enemy in front of us. This feels empty, yet somehow dangerous. I am strengthened for battle.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Us against the world!
Leave me, darkness.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Enemy in front of us.
Mission area is yours! Yes! One down!
Defend the target area. I am strengthened for battle. I'm infiltrated. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Enemy ahead of us! You captured more than half of the mission
Don't
area.
mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
That's with you!
My life is in peril. Thank you.
I made a
Gonna pop ult and then travel.
control lost!
Gonna pop ult.
Lights out. Mortal pain is no... I'm ready to unleash my mystic power.
In 9 seconds.
Us against the world! Please, don't hurt.
One couldn't win without the other. I am strengthened. 1,000 gods! I purge the darkness. By the eye of Agamotto! I am here to help.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Control C!
On the move again. I am strengthened for battle. The darkness.
Glory is almost yours!
I'm doing this my way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Castle went down fighting. Keep your balance, Izu. Stay in control. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Keep fighting until we have a winner!
You're of medicine.
Us against the world!
I purge the darkness. By the eye of Agamotto!
I'm about to pop a portal, hopefully. Nah, it's good, it's good.
I'm good to go. Bogey's incoming. I have this feels empty, yet somehow dangerous.
Please, we're hurt!
Our mission has led us to this spot. What armor is this?
They've almost got it!
We found the weak spot.
Oh my god.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner!
Let's go, we won. We won anyway. Alright, enough of that. You gonna go? Okay, we gotta go. Give me a few seconds, man.
Another epic victory!
He gave me the look. He gave me the look a few minutes ago, but he gave me the look. Alright. Talk about frame rate. Alright. That is not something you should be seeing. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, good. Okay, so this will go in the U. And this one will go in the where's science? We can do medical. That's more entertainment. That's more entertainment. We're gonna do more science. We're gonna go to Caltech. Something that I'm very proud of going. And hopefully it shows that I know I gotta use the bathroom, that's why. So we're gonna mute this. We're gonna come back in a bit. We're gonna be right back. It's gonna be a short, quick walk, and yeah. Hopefully, we should some other stuff. well, Taco Bell, I'm back. Let's do this. Woo! My back hurts, my leg hurts, everything hurts. But you know what I don't give a damn about? Being back. All right, let's go into our research part of it. Yeah, let's go. You thought it was now, it's actually before. Let's go and move this over here. Let's see what's going on here. Thanks for the likes, guys. I gotta say, I appreciate the 4 likes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for giving me something to, you know, aspire to. I'm definitely gonna try to, you know, get my stuff ready. So, we're gonna go into Caltech. Come on. Don't. Come on. All right. We're going into Caltech. Now, this is going to be a little bit more technical. This is going to be research on Caltech. We're going to go over, we're going to review, we're going to understand about instrumentation and what they do in California, California Technology, is a research on basically I don't know how to explain this, but it basically is you make something, you figure out the phenomenon, and you publish this. You publish it. I want to be a personality with this, but it's basically you literally build an instrument to see phenomena in science. It could be from chemistry, biology, physics. Sorry, I had 3. There's only 3 options, and my brain turned off on physics because technically all 3 of them are connected in some form or facet. They use a form of engineering, and then they build their technology. So let's go read. And they use light to do this. They use infrared light, and they also used wow, I just forgot about it. It's infrared light, and you know what? Instead of like just stating it out of the blue, I'll just show you. So light spectrum. Light spectrum. So they use, this is actually one of the pictures I use. So this ultraviolet and infrared. So I was near 700. So around here. So here, red. And then I was actually at 800. So I don't know if this is, so 800 would be in infrared. So I was working with infrared light. Pretty cool. Let's get into the research. Okay, processing light. When a material or molecule interacts with light, the attosecond's longer response determines if energy is stored, converted, or redirected. Oh, re-radiated. 1. Element specific response. Transient X-rays and electron spectroscopy. Extreme ultraviolet XUV to soft X-ray pulses are created by multiple techniques that change in the element specific X-ray edge is used to measure the electron and hole energy or phonons and phonons. So here's a great thing about learning. Damn it. Phonons. Oh, they're the charge. Acoustic phonons. Optical phonon. They are, phonons is the quantum mechanical descriptions of an elementary vibrational motion in which a lattice of atoms or molecules uniformly oscillates at a single frequency. Okay. So, okay. Now we know what phonons and polarons. I know polarons are supposed to be, if my memory is correct, another form of quantum mechanics. But we'll learn this now. The good thing about learning about science is that you don't know what you don't know. So don't compensate, you know? A composition of quasi-particle comprising electronic charge carriers taken together You good, buddy? Okay, he's good. He's good. He's happy. Taken together with the alterations they induce in surrounding condensed matter. Okay, that's cool. Now let's go. Following photo excitation, the coupled electron structural dynamics as well as charge and heat transfer can be measured in junctions. Ultrafast EEMELS is being developed to measure these effects with nanometer resolution. So, you want to know how small that shit is? Excuse my French, but that is incredibly tiny. It's like I think a representation of nanometers. That's 10 to the negative 19. But in size wise, can you give me something that actually works? I guess this is a good representation. I know it's not that big. We're gonna make it big though. Okay. There it is. Okay. So micron, millimeter, meter. I think you guys see it, right? Radio waves right here in meters. In meters. Infrared right here near micron and millimeters. X-ray right here, and then gamma ray. It's even smaller than that. So that's kind of like the idea of how small things are. Maybe even a better representation is like this right here. Like, ugh, there it is. Let's see, micro. It's UNP picometer. That's also even smaller. That's I think a billionth. 10 to the negative, 10 to the 12 to the negative 12. That's a billion. That's a billion. This right here is a million, and this is 100 million. I think. 9 negative 9 to the. This is 100. Right? Yeah. Yeah. 3. Wait, hold on. 3, 6. 3, 6. And there's nothing. Yeah, so I was wrong. Anyway, let's continue. You can't be that wrong in science, right? Let's see if we can click it. No, we can't. Single cycle spectroscopy. Single cycle visible and near infrared pulses are necessary for efficient high harmonic generation. I did this. No, I did second harmonic generation, not high harmonic generation. Maybe they're both the same, but using the attoseconds XUV or single cycle pulse, the electron density temporal response to a photoexcited electron hole pair can be measured. This screening / many body state buildup time is the fundamental time limit for electronic switch and sensing. Few photon, few femtoseconds. So the FS means femtoseconds. Entangled photon spectroscopy. The temporal dynamics of a material can be measured through the modulation of entangled photons, equilibrium and fluctuations driven process, such as a chemical reaction, are directly measured with single photon per mode or higher excitation. The techniques inherently measure how chemical or biochemical or biological systems can create and modulate entangled photons on the time scale of their dephasing. Some applications. Let's go. Let's see what's some applications. Renewable energy systems. That is true. I'm also a part of this a little bit. Like this is how much apart. It's lower than a hair string. So renewable energy transition XUV's spectroscopy has been used to understand how polarons mediate photochemistry to measure whole transport layer by layer in protective photoelectrodes and is now being used to study ion migration in battery and membrane materials. Entangled photon interactions. We are exploring how the stimuli response relationships of chemical and biological systems can be incorporated in quantum computing information or biosensing application. Entangled light matter interactions are also used to study correlated phenomenon in condensed matter systems. Oh yeah, I was in this lab. Oh my God. It was beautiful. I was not using any of this, but the ones that I did use were beam blocks, broadband mirrors, a lot of lens. I didn't really use a lens, but I kind of did. It was a 50-50. It was something. It was. You got a beam splitter. There was a low power laser. I think it was around 700 to 600. It was around there, but it was still red. I couldn't tell because my eyes. You know. You got to wear goggles, by the way. What else? There was a few other things like irises to help guide the light. It will not help guide the light in the way that it helps you guide the light, but more of like once you have the lights all set up, it kind of stick to it. You know, you don't really change it. A college, some of our instrumentation bills correctly in the lab, from nanophotonics entanglement setup all the way to multiple multiple tabletop spanning attoseconds, X-ray setups, instrumentation building, and fundamental exploration is what makes our lab turn. Online video about Scottworks. Oh my God. Here we go. Big guy. We're not doing his video injustice by having it low like this. Perfect. What entanglement can tell us about our world? Oh, sweet. We got to hear and talk. Okay. Oh, this is 2022. This is a long time ago. How long is this? I know. Okay, we can deal with this. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna speed it up because I'm a very impatient person. Sadly, this is what I am. Let's speed it up 1.5. By the way, this is 2022. So when did I meet him? I met him last year, so 2023. But I met him a year before that. So 2022 was this press conference. So I probably met him before this. This was when? June 2019, 2022. This is May. No, so I didn't meet him. I didn't meet him yet. I met him in August. I did meet him in June. But I met him in June and August. So it was kind of like right there. You kind of like, it was a conference and all that. I'll leave it to we met twice before he said yes to this. So I'm gonna watch this whole thing. I'm gonna get into it strong. Let me just make sure my phone is, because I am their lap dog. And I like my brother's room a lot, so I want to make sure it's okay. Hey, look at that. Go. And if I do get tired, I'll just go and switch to my game and come back. There's a few people I haven't seen him before. I don't know about the guy before that. I don't have seen him either. Oh, this is like the whole, like, in Caltech, there's a turtle pond behind that. I don't know what they're doing here. This is pretty cool. They got a really fast frame camera for this, and they kind of got it right where it's like a face or like something like a butterfly. But yeah, before that, there is a turtle pond, and that is the best time. You can sit there, and it feels like you haven't moved for hours. It feels like defying time. The turtles are fun. I want to give some bread to the turtle, but you know, you can't. I think I wanted to give them a nut, but it didn't work. But yeah. I haven't seen this before. I haven't seen these guys before. John Derby, I haven't seen him before. Patrick Lee, I haven't seen him. So we're gonna speed this up. We're gonna go to the part where it starts. It seems like it's gonna be repeating until it gets to the start. Wow, it's taking a while. Okay, hold on. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I found it. Right here. Okay. We got it. Yay. Please stay, watch. We're doing some research. We're gonna speed it up.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dennis Doherty. I'm a professor of chemistry here and also chair of the Division of Chemistry and Chemical Engineering.
Okay, we're gonna have to slow down.
It's a pleasure to introduce Scott Cushing tonight.
Nah,
I didn't hear from him, so I'm going to keep this very short. Scott is a native of West Virginia, born and raised, got both his bachelor's and his PhD at the University of West Virginia. Then we finally got him to move to California, first to Berkeley, where he did a postdoc, and then came down to California as a professor. In just a short amount of time, he's only been here 4 years. Scott has built a really exciting and vibrant research program. Scott is in our division what we would call chemical physics group, at using physical and spectroscopic tools to probe chemical systems. Scott does both experiment and theory, which is a real plus in this field nowadays.
Oh yeah.
As you'll learn, he's at that area involving quantum sensing, quantum measurement, and quantum computing that is such a big topic of interest on our.
If you guys want to ask some questions, please do. This will help me also learn more about what Dr. Scott Cushing does. But yeah, let's continue. Also,
Another thing that has been remarkable about Scott in his short time here is he's taken a real leadership role in diversity, equity, and inclusion and outreach on the campus. He has been an absolute leader on the campus, developing programs, including a peer-to-peer mentoring program at Charles Drew University, the only HBCU in the state of California. And so we're really proud and grateful that Scott did that. In a short time here, he's been named a Cottrell Scholar. He's a member of the prestigious National Academy of Sciences Committee on the Interface of Chemistry and Quantum Information. He's won the KNI Weekly Award, as you might know. So without further ado, I'll let Scott tell you about his science. But before we get started, we're going to have a short video to introduce him.
Oh, we got a short video? Oh, okay.
I'm originally from Charleston, West Virginia. I grew up basically fixing cars and being a home mechanic and doing yard work, basically anything.
Oh, shit!
You know, a little bit of money was that. I always loved building mechanical things, and my grandmother and my parents, anytime something broke, they gave it to me, because I love fixing things like that. Going into college, I kind of didn't know what I was going to do. I had some thoughts that I was going to be like a mechanical engineer, and
oh, thank God.
I went to a physics laboratory, and they showed me a laser, and I was like, shut down everything. That is going to be my career. I love the lasers. Honestly, it still gives me the same joy, like sitting there cranking bolts on my vacuum chamber as it did back in the day of, you know, exploring how to do a car engine swap. My name is Scott Cushing.
Oh my God. So he had the same life as me. That's hilarious. So when I was, oh my God, this is hilarious. I didn't know this. This is amazing. Okay. So I want to explain this, why I paused. Oh my God. I got to stop looking at the numbers, because the numbers is killing me. I don't see you. So that means I don't see your messages either. How do I explain this? So, Dr. Scott Cushing, he started making and fixing cars. What I used to do was the exact same thing, but I fixed mostly things that wasn't that crazy. It was cars, sure, but I also fixed my electric motorcycle more often than the car. I was more, you know, I was more scared of the fact of breaking it. But one of the things for sure is that I used to fix I still fix the fridges and or the washing and drying machines. So this is hilarious. This is hilarious how close life is with.
I'm an assistant professor at Caltech in the CCA.
I didn't know.
Chemistry and chemical engineering. I'm in chemistry because I'm what's called a physical chemist, the balance between a chemist and a physicist. The Noyes building has hosted a huge amount of instrumentation builders.
This was the lab. This is the location. Noyes Laboratory. Oh my God. First off, they got 2 basements. They have the first basement, and then they have the second basement. That's where I was, the bottom basement. And you feel like you're Batman. You're for a few months, you know, you're like, oh, feels like Batman. He has a secret layer on top of his secret layer, you know? And that's pretty cool.
Everyone from Jack Beecham with type of that spec. Al Benzuel, who's one of the fathers of ultrafast spectroscopy.
Oh, yeah.
Comes from the person who invented Z-Rock. Caltech chemistry department has a rich
Not him.
of building instrumentation. They don't care how quickly you produce science. They just want you to make good science. And when you do instrumentation building, you really need that support because it takes me 3 years plus to build a new scientific instrument. You know,
That's basically what I was doing, yeah.
well, some of us are blessed with a theoretical brain, and you can just go and look straight in an equation.
I was making an autocorrelator. Thank you. Help letting me do that. That was the best time.
To build this instrument, build this instrument, build this one, to really build up that broad view of quantum mechanics that you need.
Okay.
Kind of sides.
One thing is for sure. I want to say this. So when I was there, they let me free reign on making an autocorrelator. That was amazing. I had the chance to build my own autocorrelator. Now, did it fully function work? Really? But I learned how expensive a lot of things are there, but how autocorrelation works, how second harmonic generation works, how ultra-fast spectroscopy needs to work, and how like just breaking through the science. This was like the best time of my life there. The food was great too. We worked on sushi. Sushi was one of the things that we were like, I think it's New York. No. Cali is better. And I tried this thing, and I gotta say, it was close. It was close. And you know what? I loved it. I love Cali. I love Cali's sushi there and ramen. I think they beat in like in all general, like top of the top line Asian food. There, Italian stuff here, yes, but sushi, I just like my NYC sushi better. This is a dumb tangent, but I really did love being there. I would think I was in this room. No, I wasn't, because there was no color behind it. There was no glass near there. I think I've seen this room though.
These entangled experiments, doing classical things better and then finding new phenomena. So, if let's say we just have an atom or a molecule, it absorbs a photon, it takes that energy into it. What we're looking at is how we can combine multiple of these absorptions and do what we call entangling them. And once we entangle them, we can then use them for things like new forms of sensing, quantum computing. So many of these things are enabled.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just do something for you guys. I lowered it down slightly, so I'm just gonna.
By my colleagues and collaborators at
Perfect.
Caltech. Alvarez Morandes helped me learn how to do the sources. Betty Hong is helping us do what we call neuroimaging. What's so unique about photons?
Y'all gotta need to wear them glasses. You don't wear them glasses, you ain't seen the stars. I by accident like looked a little bit, and I felt like I lost 100% my eyesight.
What I call matter, anything.
Just kidding, no, it's not as crazy, but you definitely don't notice it.
You could think of. You actually can get a very precise view of what's going on in the quantum.
Wait, hold on. Oh, this is the room. This is the room. Yeah, you see over there on the left-hand side? That is, on the left-hand side, right, I don't know if you can see me, but maybe it's right here. If it's on my, so it'd be my right. Right there on the right, where you see like there's a little hanger and then there's like a little machine right there. That is where the laser is. It is a, what is it? It's a, I have it somewhere, but I don't remember the name of the laser. But that laser shoots 800 nanometers. It goes at 35 femtoseconds. Now, that may not be important, but what is important is how it does it. It basically like shoots lasers and makes sure it's powerful enough at 800 nanometers before it comes out, and then it shoots it out. And then it bounced between all these mirrors, and my setup was right over there on the right hand side, so it'll be on my left here somewhere. A little bit to the front, and we bounced it to the point where we shot it into the, well, we not bounced it. We reflected it to the point where it got into my autocorrelator, which was a flat surface autocorrelator, and allowed it so that that goes through straight, and then it like splits and then comes back together again near the nonlinear crystal, and then it hits the detector, and then that will allow us to see the pulse characteristics. Because it's ultra fast spectroscopy, what it means and what it's stating is that it's shooting really fast light pulses, and it just shoot really, really fast. And then that's basically what you see, and it's shooting really fast. And this helps you see what's going on in chemistry. So those laser pulses help you see what's going on with the you see, and you have, you know, you always have you always have measurements and detectors and these other components that can allow you to see what's going on in the experiment.
That you can't usually see. The quantum part, the entanglement, basically does away with all the classical light ideas. It's more of a discovery-oriented field. You know, the students, they'll have to rebuild setups once a week, once a month, you know.
You have no idea how many times I have to fix that autocorrelator. It was incredibly, and I mean incredibly, difficult to put all my setup on a specific spot and then learn and be told that no matter how perfect it is I set up, it will still need to be adjusted. It will still need to be just unscrew, screw back in, fix it, like it doesn't matter. But the irises come so goddamn in handy. It comes so in handy that I would say if I had more and if I was more vocal, I would have asked for 10 more just because I might need it because of how I had to set up my autocorrelator. And that is the fun part about it. That was the fun part about it. It was the fact that I had to get in there, put my glasses on, and just work at it continuously. And I wish I did it faster, because if I did it a little bit faster, if I knew that there was going to be a mistake, well, it's not a mistake. I wouldn't call it a mistake. I would have called it just an oversight. Was that the power of one side of the laser wasn't as strong as the other side, and that what determines the actual. Oh yeah, I forgot, when the lasers cross pulses, there's a new pulse that, you know, there's a 2, and then there's a new one that pops out. Now this is an undergraduate internship. I fell in love with the process. I fell in love with learning. I try to keep in touch with him. I'm not gonna say anything that, you know, that's happening this week, but you know, to me, to you, congratulations as always, and thank you for the opportunity always. Hopefully this doesn't get back to me. I'm more embarrassed of viewing
Every
this
time we build it, we just learn a little more, and you just
because
keep pursuing.
I do curse a lot. I do curse a lot on my stream. So this is one of the okay. Oh, right here. Hold on. Just slow down. There it is. Oh man. Hold on.
We just learn a little.
Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, and stop. Okay. Just, you know, for you guys to see, right there, right here, a little bit more to my left, right here somewhere, that is an iris. The first thing that you see up front is like half covered, you can't really see. That is an iris. I don't know what the second name of it, but it's we call it an iris, or if you call it an iris, it calls it iris D or ID. And what that does is that you have that pulse, so you know where you already know where the laser is going. Your idea of where the laser is going. Now, when the laser gets shot out, just flying ultra fast speeds, it's gonna hit that because you're gonna have it closed, and you're gonna open and close it. And this is knowledge taught to me by Jocelyn. And you open and close it, and you adjust the next part, which is the mirror mount. Right there is the mirror mount. Now that mirror mount is so delicate. I gotta say, everything is delicate here, but that mirror mount is so delicate. Also, their broadband mirrors need to be specifically in the right light spectrum for the laser and the light. And yeah, it was delicate. You want to be careful. One time I screwed it a little too hard, and it gave me, I got an anxiety attack. I was more anxiety attack over the fact that I was literally just doing this by myself and I wanted to know what's next. So I usually just read the paper, but a lot of times my knowledge of the facts, the research on this was just limited. I just needed more information that I should have been reading more, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Anyway, let's continue. Oh wait, there's more. There's just 3 other mirror mounts. There's a little bit clearer of what an iris looks like.
Individual molecules from a huge bath. We can see how that relates to huge macroscope.
Oh yeah, he has a killer computer setup. I don't know what type of PC he has, but he has a killer setup. He has 3 screens. I think he has 4.
Sure, but the hope is
maybe it might be a little bit different, but it's really cool.
For example, watches your oxygen by just looking at some absorption, right? That's what we call linear sensing. But
oh yeah, hold on.
It's a huge macroscopic picture, but the hope is we can take that one step further. You know, your watch, for example, watches your oxygen by just looking at some absorption, right? That's what we call linear sensing. But what if instead that same watch is actually measuring, say, you know, the chemical reaction rate or the protein medical
I just got cut off.
Measuring, say, you know, the chemical reaction rate or the protein folding of some specific medical task that you're trying to understand. So that's the type of techniques that we're trying to use these entangled photons to unlock for the average person. But you also have to wonder, you know, okay, what's going to be that next big science? And so that's one of the things we do, and that's why we're exploring these.
Oh, you can see there was a mirror right there. I don't know what's the strength of that mirror, but they usually have it behind the. That mirror has a strong reflection. So this is a stronger laser. Probably this is 1038 nanometer laser. I'm guessing there. That might be a 1038 nanometer laser. I know that they have this on, but is the laser on though? Because I don't see the laser pulse. One of the things is that you can't really see it. You can't really see the laser. The laser is very, 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 very fast and very unseeable. Because it is freaking, like, it's just hard to see it. And when you do see it, it's like red. You're lucky if you see a different color. You know, I just saw it, that's right.
Molecules, you know.
Oh yeah, let me check if you guys missed anything. I know. I shouldn't be stopping this to, hey, would you see if there's a message?
No one's messaging me. I'm just a silly boy.
Degrees of this quantum weirdness, let's just say, you're going to have new physical phenomena pop up. You know, there's always going to be some crack. Is it the experiment that's wrong, or is it the theory that's wrong? And that kind of process slowly gets you.
I would say, yeah, when I was in one of their meetings, that's what it felt like. Yeah, he explained it correctly. He explained it. It's literally the head of instrumentation, building, and phenomenal quantum mechanics. And I gotta say, when you were with him, when I was with him, sitting down, learning with him, learning from him, both, it felt like, here's the idea, here's the theory, like here's the idea theory, and here's the process that we might have to do. Now, as he says it literally just does that. It literally just, here we go, we have a new basket, we have a good basket. So I thought I heard somebody, and that was the experience of what I was doing in Caltech.
So yeah, I don't know exactly where.
This is not the Turbine. This is right next to the Turbine as well. This is also right next to the Noyes laboratory.
But I know that
I don't know why I explained that.
You to rule all the devices, everything you use in this world, but surely, you know, the next science is also going to come out of it.
And oh yeah, they're trying to increase the they're trying to improve battery life by having a liquid lithium battery. Previously in the opposite, we're using solid now, but liquid, there was issues with explosions in the planes, if you guys remember. So now they're using quantum mechanics and knowledge in spectroscopy to instrumentation spectroscopy to work and see if they can improve it by improving why and how these charges occur, so we can, you know, hey, now this doesn't occur. I saw actually one of the presentations. She's really amazing at what she was doing. I don't remember her name, but I have talked to her multiple times. Sorry for forgetting her name, but don't worry, I remember it. But yeah, let's start the conference. there's my there's there
So
he is.
thank you so much for taking the time to come out here. I appreciate all of you wearing your mask. As a speaker, I'm allowed to remove mine, so I am going to do that. But I appreciate you all following our masking guidelines. You know, before I get started.
This wasn't COVID-19, so yeah.
Here, you know, I do, of course, want to thank the Wheatleys who are here for sponsoring this award, from which I'm doing. There's actually a really fun connection here, and Alareza, who was last year's K&I Wheatley Scholar and is here. Based on his video, we kind of started collaborating. I watched it, and I finally got a grasp of all the amazing things he's doing. And I was like, well,
Okay.
dude, like, we should totally do this together. And we were just walking back from lunch, and after lunch, we already spent like 10 minutes talking again. So it's great, this continuity.
Oh yeah, one of the things I love about Dr. Cushing. I know. I stop glazing him. I'm going to keep on glazing him. Glaze the hell out of him. Glaze that guy. He is a great listener. One of the best, I think. Definitely can see you when you need help. Definitely can tell you what you need improvement on. And one of the other things is that definitely it's just a great conversationalist. He like banter, you know, intelligent. Like he got it. He got it. Why am I glazing him so much? Well, because he helped me out so
Thank the Kavli Foundation and the Kavli Nanoscience Institute, from which most of this work is done and which is here on campus. Also, very quickly before we get started, it's tradition within the chemistry and chemical engineering department that we have a DEI moment, a diversity moment, before we actually give any big presentation. And the idea of this is just so that we can kind of normalize or make community about things that are very prominent in academia, but which we don't always talk about. And for me, it's a very easy one to come to. And for me, that's mental health. Mental health issues for, I think it's 1/3 of graduate students report, but in reality, the estimates are closer to 80–90% of scientists at some point in their life go through a hard mental time. And I just want to stay up here to say, you know, that I also went through that. I don't want you to think that I'm up here, this has all come from confidence and poise. Rather, this has come through, you know, a lot of time.
This man has done so many freaking presentations. He is clean with the talking. I mean, now he is even further, because now that I've seen him present, he's phenomenal. He's one of the best. I believe he's one of the best presenters. Maybe one day he will produce a how to present scientific research. But yeah, I would love it. You know, he is taking a lot of skill.
You know, I went through some hard mental health issues, but after 5 years, I think 6 years of therapy and psychiatry, you know, this is the first talk I've ever been able to get up here and actually be excited for, instead of just like putting on a face because I'm so nervous inside. And so I want
you're looking good, buddy.
Thank you.
Looking good,
I
bud.
just wanted to encourage everyone, you know, real quick, scientists, parents of scientists, high schoolers, anyone who's here, anyone who's listening, you know, listen to your head and don't be afraid when you have these types of things. You know, never let someone tell you, you know, just feel better, just be happier. Never let your mind tell you that. Never.
Also, the wealth of knowledge. One of the wealth of knowledge. But one of the funny things about this is that, yeah, you can't take that advice of like, be happier, do this, do that. It does not help. It definitely doesn't, and the main reason why it doesn't help is because like you're not solving your issues. You're not solving the issues that you absolutely need to improve on, like, you know, your situation. I will say that yeah, is that just don't think that you don't need help. I suggest you go find someone that you can like talk to, and maybe that can help you, like, you know, get to a place that, you know, you feel better and you feel that you know, you can do what you need to do. Let's gonna put one right here, and then we're gonna put one right here. All right, and we're going to continue watching this video.
Or if Paul, how can I say it? Imposter syndrome, everyone has. Never think that just someone, because they look poised, they look composed, that they're in some way better than you. We all have these thoughts in our head. You can ask every scientist here, even the Nobel Prize winners. You go up to them and say, okay, you know, oh, you must have control of your world. And even they'll admit, they're like, no, like, I sometimes don't feel like I'm doing enough. Am I actually contributing? So I want to have you those things in your head and never be afraid to give therapy a try. One cost, especially here at Caltech, it's free. Go for a session, why not? At most, you waste 30 minutes of your time and you go on happy in your life. So I just wanted to give us that moment real quick. Before I transition
really
into
fucked up my
something
walls.
that's
Anyway.
much less tangible, even though I think you can say mental health is unintangible, but let's talk about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, let's go.
I hope at the end of this talk, you know, you come away from it with a few different things.
Okay,
One
what's that?
is I'm going to use analogies to cars and toilet papers too much. I hope you think of me when you think of cars and quantum mechanics. I hope you don't think of me when you think of toilet paper. But
I hope
it's
not
a
either.
useful analogy. So with that, though, I kind of want to dive in because our lab is doing a very discovery-oriented type of science. And this kind of science comes around, like we said, with instrumentation building.
I used to have that when I was a kid.
I'm going to start at the origin here, right? Maybe this brings back memories for you. Maybe it doesn't. It definitely brings back memories for me. The classic car mat. And I can kind of describe what I do in terms of this mat. You know, I'm a spectroscopist, which basically just means, again, I'm someone who builds instruments to measure new scientific phenomena, whether it's very, very erudite things like the basis of quantum mechanics, or it's very practical things like an X-ray. So whenever you think of any device, you know, whether it's, you know, yourself, whether it's your cell phone, like I said, toilet paper, all these things rely on quantum mechanics. Basically, everything around you is quantum mechanics. It just all kind of gets averaged out. But I want you to get out of that
I got paused.
averaged out point of view for this presentation. I
Okay,
instead want
someone's
you to
calling
sit,
me.
and I want you to think about, okay, if we have some device, it's going to be some complex network of what we call electrons, a fundamental quantum particle. These electrons are between atoms, and you keep building up. You get pathways in a cell. You get all the wires in your computer. The job of a spectroscopist is to look at this device and not just take the output, but to figure out everything that goes on in between. So in this talk, this is what I'm going to be talking about, what we call photons and electrons. Photons are what we call the quantum particle of light, and I'll explain that a little bit more. But the idea here is that, you know, whenever light interacts with something, whether it's your shirt, whether it's your, well, I don't want to say toilet paper again, whether it's any of these things, light is always a quantum mechanical interaction, which is really interesting if you think about it, because it's our most basic and some would say, you know, most important sense, but it's all quantum mechanical. And so a great way to start to understand these complex networks is to use photons, and that's why I love lasers. That's what I do with lasers, and I do what's called ultra-fast science. So this is me. I'm the small child. If you think about it, the parents who are around here making sure I don't touch and break anything are my grad students. It all works out. But here's what kind of a spectroscopy setup looks like. As you can imagine, it's not necessarily a simple task. This right here is one of our largest builds. This creates transient X-rays, and I don't expect you to digest it. Just look at it and see it's a mess of wires, mirrors, plumbing, vacuum chambers, pretty much any type of skill you could think of, computer writing, automation. It all goes into actually building these spectrometers. However, one of the reasons I'm interested in entanglement, and a theme we're going to slowly get through, is that entangled photons can actually take systems like this and shrink them all the way down to what we call on-chip. Things that could fit in your thumb, things that could fit inside your cell phone. So that's the real potential and why I want to focus on that. So again, you know, I just want to give the idea, you know, spectroscopy is basically everything. You know, people ask me, you know, oh, what types of instruments do you build? Actually, one time I have to admit, I told someone I was an instrumentation maker on a date, and she asked me if I made violins. And I was like, man, I wish I was that cool. But whatever. Instead, I play with lasers. But everything you see, it's easy to think of healthcare, X-rays, CAT scans, NMRs, MRIs, your watch. These all use photons. Now, we usually only think of light as being visible, but light spans this huge range from radio waves to X-rays and beyond.
Let me just pause this real quickly. I gotta text somebody. She's not here to my top. Jaden. No, not Jaden. Jay. Where's Jay? Jay. Cancel. Where's Jay? Damn, I can't even find her. Fuck. That's weird. I usually... There we go, and we're gonna do message. Yo, sorry for not picking up. Just streaming. A good group. We're gonna.
But I want to come back to this point. Without quantum mechanics, your eye would not work.
Oh.
The basic molecules in your eye are actually incredibly complex quantum mechanical systems. So when you come out of this, I want you to think, I mean, I don't want you to think about, entangling the world, but always remember, the world around you, sometimes people say quantum mechanics feel so intangible. But all the basic interactions, even down to your eyeball, all rely on this. So what I want to focus here on is, what we're going to do in order to start to kind of understand and have some of these quantum abilities is I want to take us away from what looks like blank, which I made it blank on purpose. You see, this is white, right? It's white light, it's going in your eyes. But in reality, if you've ever listened to Pink Floyd, you've ever seen a rainbow, you realize that white is made of multiple colors. So what we're doing in my work is we're basically taking just a single photon, a single wave, and using that for spectroscopy. Whereas in my other work, when I say classical light, it's like we just have this white screen going in. And when we do this, if we have just a ton of quantum mechanical things, they average out. But once we start to just pick one, that's when you're going to start to see some very interesting and cool new science come out.
Yeah.
So to kind of give you another analogy of this and give you a little bit of understanding, because I have to use some jargon in my talk, I want to bring up the first tiniest bit of an instrument here. This right here is a standard setup for how we make entangled photons. And the idea is that we're taking one, say, blue beam, one photon, and we're splitting it into two. Blue goes into two red. It's because of energy and momentum conservation. I know it's a little weird to think about of light changing and equaling each other, but remember, it's a particle in a sense. But what comes out of it is these beautiful types of rings. And these rings are actually wonderful. Poor Michael and Paul, this image has probably been used 1,000 times in every single talk on entanglement ever given, but it's just so pretty to look at. But there's actually quite a lot of information within this. For example, I was talking about classical light. Remember, this is the white square on the screen. This right here is basically, let's say we take these rings. These rings are being created because we're splitting a photon, but we just added them all up together again, right? Red, green, blue. That's what's in your display, your computer, everything that allows you to basically see color, all these technologies, you mix red, green, and blue. So this right here is just a sum, like I said. The quantumness kind of goes out. We could do something else, though, and we could say, okay, well, what if we made indistinguishable photons? Let's say we only have blue of this one color, of this one frequency, and we have multiple of them. Well, we have no idea which photon's actually which. And when you do that, you do start to get a lot of quantum weirdness. However, we want to take things one step further, because I told you what we're doing here is splitting one photon into two. So if we go to these points where these rings of color overlap, within there, you can't say which photon is which. Which photon is number one, which is number two. And this is what we describe as an entangled state. I'm going to get more into it, but the weirdness here is, you can't just say, okay, it's in photons, or you can't say it's photons of a lot of different colors. It exists in this quasi, I don't know, effervescent type state almost, like, it's just a state where we have two photons, we have no idea which photon is which or what which photon is doing. But I can make them a much better analogy. Like I said, we got to get into cars some. So let's think about a four-way intersection. And let's ignore for a second these aren't LA drivers. If we have these cars coming into a four-way intersection, there's four possibilities, right? Both cars could leave through A, both cars could leave through B. It's a 50-50 statistical probability. If these things were ideal cars, we can say, if no one had any directions. This right here is an optical element. We call it beam splitter. Now we can take this one step further and we say, okay, what about those indistinguishable photons? We can think of this as now we're towing two cars. They only have two possibilities, right? They both either have to leave A or they both either have to leave B. So we still have 50-50, but we've taken apart their ability to break. Now here's where things are weird. If we had entangled cars, we don't know whether the car is in A or B. They could both be coming through this way, they could both be this way, one could be here, one could be here, until they interact and those two photons that we took apart combine back together and have more single photon-like properties of the photon they came from. We don't know the interaction. So it's still 50-50, it's the same statistics, But we have no idea where the car actually is. We just can measure on the output, okay, a car came through. And this is where some of the spectroscopy and the interesting stuff comes through. So two other ways that I can kind of demonstrate this, and this is two fields I just want to briefly mention that I myself don't work in, but I think that I want to bring up. They're very interesting. They're relevant to my work, even though I do different. And let's now take an analogy. Okay, we now have just a left-right turn. And let's say we had two different color cars, but they're entangled. Now, instead, unless we have someone at B or someone at A, until those cars arrive, we have no idea which car is which. If we have someone say at B and they say it's blue, this is kind of where the debate and the spookiness and all the things come up. Well, instantly they know it's A. But to be clear, you aren't breaking any laws of causality. You can't break the speed of light. I mean, one car could be on the East Coast, one could be on the West Coast, one could be here, one could be Mars. But you still have to communicate in order to actually transfer information. So you aren't breaking any laws of physics. But it's a very interesting thing because you're going from we don't know which car is which to instantaneously when I measure it, I know exactly where the cars are. So this right here is kind of some of the science between quantum information science and quantum cryptography. These are not my fields. I encourage you to look at the Caltech Science Exchange with the Institute of Quantum Information and Matter, IQIM, where there's lots of great public talks. But the general idea you could think is if you start building up very complex patterns of these, you can not only communicate information, but you can make very complex codes, right? Codes that if only one person can understand and the other person. Now, we can also make another analogy to another popular field. Again, this is not my expertise. I really encourage you to look up these other resources because it's fascinating topics. But let's say that now we had a ton of cars and they were all entangled. We had a traffic jam of entanglement. But because they're entangled cars, we have no idea where the car is, which one is which. They all just exist at the same time without being individual. Well, if we did some operation, let's say we had a rear ender. Oops, sorry. Let's say we had a rear ender here with a blue car. This will collapse. In other words, simultaneously, all these operators will go, and we'll see a blue car come out. Now, if this was a classical computer, it would have to count each car, and then it'd have to find, okay, this is, say, car B1. That's the one we hit. But the thing with this kind of instantaneous there but not there state is your calculation happens all at once. Now, it's a very bad analogy. My colleagues would correct me, but hopefully at least gives you a little bit of idea of why people are interested in this. But let's get back to what I do. Because I'm not in these fields of quantum information science or computing. Remember, I measure things. I'm trying to take that roadmap and dissect it. So why is entanglement important there? Because I told you all light is quantum mechanical. Why do we need entangled light? Well, let's think of another little experiment here. Now, instead of just saying it goes A or B, let's say we have continuous traffic and we measure the probability of the cars leaving through both sides of the intersection. Again, if these were ideal cars, it would be 50-50. However, the entangled cars are different, right? Because I told you, unless they intersect, they don't kind of form back into their original cars. We don't know where the cars are, it's only when they interact. So if we looked at it as a function of time, we would see that, okay, if we count A, if it's coming out A and it's coming out B, we would see that, okay, when the entangled cars come at the same time to our intersection, they only leave A, they only leave B. So if we looked at the cross correlation of A and B, it would go to 0. This right here gives us a temporal resolution. So the key, if I wanted to understand any system, as I already told you we have frequency. That's the photon, that's the color of light, that's energy. But in addition to that, we also need temporal resolution. So we can not only measure different systems, but we can measure how they evolve in time. So this is kind of the basis for entangled spectroscopy. And in order to do this, the experiment actually looks very much like the stop sign I was just showing you. Here's my most basic schematic. We'll keep getting a little bit more complicated. Remember, I take my laser here, we create our entangled photons. I can put in some mirrors, you saw the very complex setup, we manipulate everything. But very simply, we put in a time delay, then we put them on what is the equivalent of a four-way intersection, what we call a 50-50 beam splitter. And then we count what's going on in each one of these. So what's going to happen is we can have two different types of spectroscopy I'm going to describe. One which is large in the field is linear interactions. The other is the one that we focus on, which is nonlinear interactions. And the way you can think of this is, okay, we have our stop sign. Remember, I told you these cars, they're in this weird kind of mixed state. We don't know what's what. But if you have one car crash, well, you're obviously going to know which car you had, right? It's like you measured it. If we have when they cross, though, you're now going to have, okay, with both entangled things interact with the object, does that object support entanglement, the dynamics that come out? So in my lab, and I'll show data later, we're just kind of looking for modulations of this dip which tell us about how our system's evolving.
So let's start with the first one, what I would call linear entangled photon spectroscopy. And the most interesting thing about this is that because of this entangled state, and because of that idea I told you where if we measure at B, we know what's at A, you can do some interesting variations, you could say, of classical measurements. Because the idea here is, okay, I have my entangled cars. Now I have my car crash. I couldn't find like a good like kabam, but whatever. We have a crash. And then when we have this crash, we now know what's going on at the other side, right? If this was a crash with blue, we know this is going to be A, even though the car A never interacted with this side of our stoplight. So when we do this in an actual spectroscopy experiment, this allows us to have some very interesting concepts. One of them, and this was a great paper shown here, is that I can have two different colors of light. This one was visible and IR. And let's say the IR, you could think of heat around you, it measures, it's absorbed by water. In this case, it was CO2, and it was looking at for the absorption of light. But the thing is, we have the interaction with one arm of the entangled photon pair, but we can measure it just using visible. So this right here is kind of a narrow case. You can think, okay, visible IR, that's not big of a difference. It's great, we can do spectrum, but in reality, we already have IR light. Why do we need this? Well, maybe a more interesting case to think about, and this has been done, and it's a very rapidly growing area, is you can actually do this with an X-ray and a visible light photon. So that means that there is a possible way, it's still way too weak, still very early in development, that you could basically do an X-ray measurement and then measure it just using a regular camera, instead of having to have specialized X-ray apparatus. So let's take this one step further, and we can kind of carry that idea, and you can see the usefulness of these techniques. Because now I'm going to make things, well, a little bit simpler, a little bit fancier diagram, thanks to Miles, who really has innovated a lot of this field. But instead of just measuring the light, the colors, let's measure an actual pattern. Let's measure an image in one arm. So let's say in one arm of this, I put in a picture of a cat. Because scientists aren't creative, and whenever we talk about science, the only thing we ever talk about is cats. It's cliche, we have to find a new animal one day. But we put a cat in one arm of this, and then in the other arm, we record an image. Well, the same thing's going to happen. We can actually measure this image using photons that never are on the target itself, the image itself. So why this is so interesting is let's go back and think about the X-ray case. This means theoretically we can make an X-ray image of your body and then measure it purely using visible light photons. So this is very exciting, because it allows you to access ranges that aren't normally possible. I mean, if you could do it, it's not going to be safe to continuously irradiate yourself with X-rays, but you can imagine how this can lead to field portable and other interesting technologies. Another cool thing about this is that, I told you that, okay, a classical state is a bunch of quantum photons combined. Our entangled state is this weird mixed state. But we can actually differentiate these quite well. So in these images, it's the same type of idea, but now we have a classical light pattern shown on top of the underlying thing we want to image. So we're irradiating our entangled source with what you could think of as a jamming laser or visible light, and we're able to retrieve from underneath what, with our eyes, is a hard thing to see, an accurate picture of what lies underneath. This is a very interesting thing. This picture, again, is from Miles Paget, who's really one of the innovators here. But Ben Sussman's another person working in this field, and he's shown, I think, 1,000-to-1 rejection of classical light. So you can imagine as we move towards self-driving cars and things like that, you need to be able to reject things in order for their operation. So this is kind of a very interesting concept. But it's not my favorite thing. My favorite thing is the nonlinear aspect. And all nonlinear means is we're going to start having two photons interacting instead of just one photon interacting. And the reason why we do this is you can imagine if I just have one child and I tell them to simultaneously move all the cars on this map, it's quite difficult. In other words, it's kind of like, say you're sitting on the side of a highway and we have all these different cars going past you. All these different cars are moving, and I tell you, okay, from one position, constantly tell me where all the color cars are that passed and what the pattern is. It's near impossible. So this is what we refer to as things like linear spectroscopy. If we have a complex system, we have multiple molecules, say, together, or we have a solid, and you measure it, you just see kind of a bunch of bumps. There's no distinct signal for what's going on. So instead what we do is basically the equivalent of bringing in a bunch of your friends. And now your friends can help you count the cars. Once you do that, it's easy, okay, right? We assign one person to red, one to blue, one to yellow, et cetera, and they count, and it kind of organizes our information. So the idea of nonlinear spectroscopy is that instead of just measuring a single source of photons, we usually use multiple laser pulses So we have multiple observers of the system, and by varying them with each other, we can gain more in-depth information and take just kind of those bumps and split it out into a multidimensional data set that actually can figure out what each system is doing. The hard part about this, though, is that nonlinear spectroscopy requires big lasers. Now, I'm exaggerating here. I just love this one because it's kind of my baby. This is the first instrument we built. But it takes a big pulse laser, which are expensive, and they're kind of complex. Now, they're getting much better. These days, IR fiber lasers and other type of lasers are very compact and portable, but if you really want to do what we call nonlinear spectroscopy, you're usually stuck with something that takes, I don't know, a couple PhD students to maintain, a lot of money, everything that goes with it. Now, the interesting thing, though, what we can do here is with entanglement, you can think we have, okay, here I have 4 observers. What if I entangle them so there's simultaneously one observer but not one observer? In other words, I can take my entangled people here, and we can have this linear state interacting with a classical system, even though this right here is like one photon because they're all combined together, right? If we can't tell them apart, how do we know it's not the original photon they came from? So when we do this, we're actually able to take a classical system that's very convoluted, then we're going to be able to interact with our...
Yeah. Okay. Not yet. Not yet. I already did. I walked max already. Give me a second. Give me a second, Dad.
entangled state, and we're going to be able to get a nonlinear result from a linear photon. And this has a couple of important things. The first one is it allows us to really shrink things down.
Okay.
Because when we now are doing our nonlinear experiments we're developing in our lab, we're slowly moving towards basically the equivalent, of this laser pointer. Basically a cheap thing, you could buy laser pointers. Oh, they were so fun, like back in the 90s and 2000s when I was a kid, then they were probably like $30, but you could probably buy a laser pointer online. I mean, you can buy laser diodes for like 10 cents or less, because lasers are everywhere.
Lasers are everywhere.
Basically, with entanglement, we're getting rid of this, and we're slowly simplifying it to this. This right here is about a 1 foot by 1 square. All the light goes through fiber optics instead of mirrors, so we don't have to align it.
I would say my autoclave was small. It was around 1 foot. It was around less than 1 foot. There was 24 inches out of 12 inches, so 24 out of 20. It's very small. Very, very small.
And we're slowly getting these systems smaller and smaller. The idea being we want to bring, like we said, we had such a rich history of instrumentation building lasers. Jeff Blake with his terahertz, Michio with his atmospheric measurements and frequency combs, Ahmed Zewail, who's one of the first people to kind of make nonlinear spectroscopy popular. But these things have always been limited to the lab. They're very, powerful, but they're just complex. So we're getting simpler. So what's a good case? Why is it a good case we want to do this? Well, I tell another collaboration I want to point out, someone who's helped me, in my career, and is Betty Hong. And she basically does neural imaging. This is not her picture. This is just beautiful. But the idea is, with these scientists, and what Betty does, is they want to create 3D images of, say, the neurons in your brain. So in order to do this, you could think, okay, how can I get a 3D image? If light goes through, remember, everything's jumbled up. You'd see all the things going through. If you hold up a black sheet of paper, you can't see light through it, right? So the idea is to say, okay, let's make a molecule here now, and when we have this molecule, we're going to make it such that it can only give off light when 2 photons interact with it. So this way, if we have lasers and we kind of shine them around and we put them in corners, wherever they intersect, we'll be able to get an image. And this allows you to bring up a 3D type of thing. Now, the issue here is how the laser intensity and the probability that goes into this comes into play. Because the idea is, okay, if I want 2 photons to interact with the same molecule, it's like I need a bunch of basically single rear enders, just 2 cars hitting each other. So the laser intensity we're going to need, the power we need, is going to go as the number of cars we have, the number of cars going on the highway, times the number of basically interactions we want, rear enders. So if we want to do 2 photon, it goes as the intensity squared. We're now moving to 3 photon, and we're going to intensity cubed. So you can think every time I need this, I need another laser pulse, I need higher power. But again, we want to come back to our concept of entanglement. Because entanglement, basically, you've already rear-ended everything. All that matters is just the number of cars going through. It's in this state where it's 2 photons at the same time while appearing as 1 photon. So because of this, the hope is that we could take 2 photon absorption like this and make it a linear process. So if on this graph, if it was a 2 photon process, it'd go something like this. Now, this is something we've been working on in our lab. Actually, some of the first measurements of what we call entangled 2 photon absorption, there's some jargon, came about from Jeff Kimball here. And then Ted Goodson and a lot of others innovated over the next few years. And now it's become quite a popular field. But it's an interesting field here. And this is why I'm going to show a little bit of data with it. Why I say it's interesting is because you would think we'd understand how the entanglement works. I can make the entangled photons, right? We should understand how they interact with things. But we're at a very interesting point with entangled photon spectroscopy because neither theory or experiment right now can really agree on anything. But the test case we're all trying to do is this 2 photon process in the hopes that we could eventually move to a much smaller laser. We can bring this imaging to hospitals and what goes with it. So it's quite interesting, but the issue is, as you can see here, these gray lines, this is a linear slope. This would be if things worked according to theory. What we actually measure is this orange line. And actually, after doing a lot of measurements, we figured out this orange line isn't even fluorescence. It has nothing to do with entanglement. So this field right now, I want to bring this up because it shows you, you may think, okay, quantum mechanics has evolved. It's standard. We use it in everything. But here's the disagreement in my field right now about what entangled 2 photon absorption is. We're talking about, basically 10 orders of magnitude of different, I don't want to say guesses, 10 orders of magnitude of different theory, experiments, and no one can get to the bottom of this. And the reason is because we're now not just having light interact with an electron. We're having an entangled state interact with an electron. And with that, we're at a point where, you know, theory is trying to catch up. Experiments are very hard. You know, to give you an idea, you know, I told you we were doing single photons. Well, I'll talk in a little bit about to make these practical, we make more than that. But basically the relationship you can use, and I apologize, I'm stealing this analogy from someone that I forgot their name, is that the type of measurements my students do, it's like trying to be, say, on top of the Angeles Crest Mountains and see a candle in Colorado. That's the amount of flux we're dealing with. It's insane how many photons are around you. You know, in this room right now, there's something on the order of 10 to the 16th or so, I think 10 to the 16th photons. The sun's like 10 to the 18th photons that are all around you, right? That's an insane number. But we need to get that to 1. So you can imagine the challenge here, and that's where a lot comes with, but it's also the concept of we have no idea what's going on in the excited state. So we've also been looking at other interesting ideas. And we're saying, okay, maybe having this as just 2 photons at the same time. What if we have one entangled photon interact with a state? This is like an absorption, like I said. This is like, say we have blue paper and we're shining white light at it. You absorb, well, you're seeing the blue, you absorb everything else. But what we're now looking at is saying, okay, well, what if we try to entangle our initial state that we're exciting? For everyone here, you know, we're trying to entangle an S0 to S1, basically spin. And then we have another, entangled photon come in. And then we're trying to see, okay, if that state's entangled with one photon, will it work with the other one to have a strong interaction? And we thought we were there. We got this data a couple months ago, but again, we aren't quite so sure now that we did control experiments. But you can see where kind of the newness, this is why a lot of people call, you know, quantum information sciences, quantum computing, a lot of these things that use entanglement, kind of quantum 2.0. Because we have a set of quantum mechanics which works insanely, you know, we can calculate things for hydrogen atoms like 10 decimal places and it's accurate. But we now have this new problem where we bring in entanglement and these other things, and all of a sudden we're back at square one. You know, sometimes even I think to myself, okay, what is actually happening in this molecule when it's entangled? And I don't have any idea, but we're working on it, right? That's what we do fun science for. So we're slowly working through this though, but there's another thing that we can do. In one way, that's kind of talking about, okay, I just want to get rid of big expensive lasers and bring these more complex spectroscopies to the world. The other thing though is kind of like my last example, because you can ask yourself, okay, is entanglement fundamental to things like bonding?
Oh, look, it even moving.
What we call mini-body interactions. When you have a lot of electrons interacting, a lot of
I feel like he grew a beard. Did he grow a beard?
vibrational modes interacting. Are these just quantum states? Like I said, you know, the indistinguishable or this.
I will say this. I think the thing that spectroscopy is really interesting is that it's like Scientology. You don't even know it's there, and it's there. So that's the really cool thing. I find that's what I find really interesting. Sure, it's not something that, you know, scientific as this, but the way I was taught and explained was very simplistic, and that's a really good thing. You don't need something so complex to understand how instrumentation spectroscopy really works. It's really in every single thing that you do. And that's interesting. It's just, you know, that's the interesting part. So, yeah, let's go.
So we're just adding them up? Or fundamentally, are we working with entanglement? So the idea of where we're now moving with entangled photon spectroscopy is, okay, once we can actually figure out, okay, well, this is how it works, we've got it, we trust it, which we recently, I have to get a lot of credits from my graduate students for working hard on this. You know, they basically worked in the lab, they would change setups every month, every week sometimes, but we finally have our system built where we really trust it and we can look for these kind of results. This is how we figured out our one result was false, you know. Sometimes you work for years, your result is false, it's devastating, but that's science. We have to take slow steps to get where we need to be. You have to be careful. But what we're looking for now is, okay, saying we have this good spectrometer, is there actually entanglement in there? Because if there is, it'll intersect strongly with our states, and we can see that modulation on that dip I showed you. So what I'm talking about here is there are concepts, theoretically, that say this right here is a picture of a quantum mechanical calculation of the electron density of this coupled molecular pair. You see it's evolving in time, but you see the thing is we don't draw it as a point. It's just some density. It's a probability. This right here is a very mature quantum mechanical calculation called density functional theory, or time-dependent density functional theory, that leads to this. But the question is okay, if these electrons are in this probability distribution, are they separable? Are they a superposition? or if we get a lot of them together, is there some underlying entanglement that could lead to new phenomena? You can especially think of this, once we start bringing together lots of different molecules or lots of different materials. This one right here is actually basically slowly building up to what you call the photosynthesis molecule, which works similarly to your eye. And in there, we already know we have something called quantum coherence, which means when we have light hit it, all the thing is working at the same time. All the electrons are moving together. And that's essential for these things like photosynthesis, and it's theorized even for sight. It's actually even, there's some very interesting things in the field of what we call quantum biology. Debated, but it's interesting. But the question is, okay, if this is in this natural coherence, is it coherence or is it an entangled state? And the thing about entangled spectroscopy, one of the big reasons we're developing it, is you need entangled photons in order to determine that entangled state's impact. You can infer it from classical measurements, but it's best to measure like with like. So a little bit more here. I told you I was going to keep getting more complex. Here's a diagram that's getting more slowly accurate to what we actually have in the lab. Slowly building up components here. We still have our entangled photon source itself. Then in here we have a bunch of mirrors and things and all these different detection electronics in order to try to measure this dip. Well, because of our setup, that dip looks a little bit different. But I want you to keep the same thing in mind because I know I just threw up a bunch of squiggly lines and that kind of gets the, I don't know. It makes a lot of our lines turn off. I actually had a colleague back in my PhD.
Pulse wave functions. Time delay. Yeah,
Who tried to title his thesis, "My Observation of Squiggly Lines," but unfortunately, someone at the university caught it at the last moment, but published it. Because this is right here is what we
see. He's fun too.
You can see this isn't a dip per se. It's a different variant of this measurement, but we do see kind of a dip pattern. Now it just goes up and down, and we have these oscillations going on. So these oscillations, when we're doing this entangled spectroscopy, are what are informing us. Is this a classical state? Is it excited? Is there entanglement inherent to the system? What's going on with it? And so these are the types of measurements we're using to explore the systems I talked about. Okay, so that's kind of the basis of what we're doing. I've showed you some results, and like I said, I want to be honest, a lot of our results, we got very excited, they're false, but that's how you keep going. But now I want to show you kind of the vision and what I was awarded the K&I Wheatley Fellowship for. And like I said, that's to slowly take these very advanced techniques and make them smaller and smaller, because we do know that part works. The entanglement, how it interacts with the universe, well, there's a lot of philosophy, science, and theory to be done there. But we know we can shrink lasers. So the idea here is I told you, okay, we already went from using a pulsed laser into what is basically the equivalent of this laser diode. Now we want to go one step further. And we want to say, okay, can we take it from this to this to this? Can we take this complex setup that otherwise you need a PhD to run and shrink it down to a chip so that we can integrate it, with deployables, with medical technologies, with whatever you want to go with it? The idea is to slowly get here, and this is where our concept of nanofabrication comes into place. Nanofabrication is describing basically taking these elements, then we get here, and then making them even smaller. So here, for example, is one of our chips that we have. Now, right now, eventually it's going to be a complete spectrometer. Right now, we're just producing entanglement, but you can see this is about a centimeter by a few millimeters size, and it's slowly replacing our entire setup. Now, when we get here, this looks different, but it's actually a simplification of the more complex instrument I just showed you. In other words, you can see, okay, we're going to make our entangled photons, then we have kind of what looks like a four-way intersection, right? Then we have some time delay, then we have another four-way intersection, and our sample would be in that intersection. So with this, we're basically taking that whole measurement, looking at the data I was showing you, trying to power, let's say, a 2-photon microscope, and shrinking it down. Another way to say it is, again, what we're trying to do here is by using entanglement, we're just trying to squeeze all of these cars onto this small chip and have all of your friends there to help us observe them. So, just to show you, again, a little bit of cool data, because I'm very proud of this. As I told you, one of our big issues we face is I told you that doing single photon spectroscopy is looking like looking at a candle in basically Colorado. It takes insane amounts of patience and time and very, very careful things. That's not realistic for the real world, right? When we do single photons, it can take basically 3 to 4 hours to get like a single good data point. So we need to increase the number of photons we have. But there's a trick to it, right? Because I told you classical light is when we just bring a bunch of photons together. So we don't want to make classical light. We want to be able to make a large amount of entanglement. So the way we do that is basically by spreading things, as you could say, across the rainbow. we make a bunch of entangled pairs that each one has a different color. And by combining these, we can actually make a source here. I was giving you references as, you know, the number of photons in this room. We're going from, you know, maybe like 10 to the first, 10 to the second photons to around 10 to the 13th photons. So we're now getting, this picture right here was actually taken with a cell phone camera. You can walk into my lab, we can put a note card in there, and you can see entangled photons. Now, I mean, it's cool. It's very cool to me. I remember the first time we searched, our first chips made, we searched for probably a month, and then finally one day someone just put a card in front of it. We're like, oh my gosh, it's been there all along. Weirdness of entanglement, don't ask me. So, but it's very cool. You can see these by eyes. So now I moved that candle basically from Colorado to say, you know, okay, maybe a couple miles away from you. Now we're getting to the range where we can start doing this spectroscopy, because these entangled states are fragile. So if you want to do it, you not only need a lot of them, but you need the ability to lose a lot. It's almost like doing error correction, right? You do error correction, you do things a lot of times, then you match them and make sure it works. We're just trying to multiplex our system. So to do that, though, we need a lot of elements, and this is where my collaboration with Alireza comes in, and this nice continuity we have with this award. These right here are just some pictures of us making our first chips that slowly go into it. Here are some input and output fibers. Very delicate things. But our main idea here is the way we're making these entangled spectroscopy basically feasible on a chip is we're basically, like I said, taking a lot of different what we call nonlinear elements. You could think, this layer right here makes blue, this makes green, this makes orange, this makes red, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And from that, we're able to take, again, a laser pointer, something that we can theoretically, well, it's already, you can integrate them on chips, even though getting it all together could be a bit of a mess. That's a project that, you know, me and Alireza are dreaming about right now. But you could theoretically, on chip, have an entire contained nonlinear spectrometer that gives you better pictures of this roadmap. So you can do fun things like this. This right here is what a 2-photon absorption microscope looks like. I don't know, probably about $300,000. I don't know. I've never bought one myself. But it's something that looks like this, and there's issues with it, like I said. If you want those images, you need powerful images. Betty does what I think is the coolest science, in that Betty basically, well, the poor flies, but you remove part of a fly's head, and then she basically measures how their neurons fire as she feeds them smells to try to figure out, okay, how does your brain process the smell? But of course, you can imagine, A, the head's open, B, we're also shining a very powerful laser on the brain. 2 and 2 don't go together the best. Now, of course, these scientists who are wizards have made it work very well, but there are some cases where we need lower power. But the more exciting thing is you can imagine, if you wanted to study something here, you got to pin it to the microscope. So one day these sources, you know, one is doing nonlinear spectroscopy, the other is doing things like I just told you, this 2-photon microscopy, where theoretically our final chip plus, I mean, the battery is going to be bigger than the chip. You can make this small module. Right now, an entangled setup, you know, I mean, for us, it costs in the lab about $10,000 to put together. That's without any economy of scale buying complete scientific parts. But compared to our other lasers, which are in the 100,000 range, you can imagine how this can slowly get to the cost of scale we get with microchips. So, kind of my dream here, you know, what I kind of want to end on is that, you know, entanglement is a fun thing. It's leading to a lot of new technologies. We have no idea of which ones are going to dominate our life, what's going to be the new cell phone, what's going to be the next one. But it brings a new degree of mystery to quantum mechanics in which scientists are exploring for cool technologies. And me in particular, well, I'm trying to take it so that even my little Chinese child brain can go and measure this entire roadmap at once, basically instantaneously, so I can understand the full system. But I want to do that with something smaller than this. I don't even want a laser. Well, first we'll have to get here. But I want to get all the way down to including this so that we can have advanced technologies, these advanced measurements, things like measuring kinetic rates for biological reactions. You could think of measuring pollution for LiDAR, for all these different applications. We want to get nonlinear spectroscopy there. So with that, I kind of want to wrap up here and conclude. And of course, I want to thank several people. Again, so much thanks to the Wheatley family. It's been wonderful meeting you and chatting earlier and allowing the science that you do. I also want to thank the Rosen Bioengineering Center, which first funded my crazy idea with Betty and her continued patience as it takes a
Ooh, let me see. Is everybody there? I wonder if, like, I know I put you at the highest quality, but I can. Oh, yeah, he's still there. He's still there. A few people are still here. Yeah, majority of people here that I've seen, they actually, yeah. So, glad they're, you know,
and I also want to thank the United States Department of Energy, who funded a lot of this work that I told you about.
Sorry, I have negative thoughts.
But I want to leave on my conclusions here. One, there's a lot of interesting applications when you start to use entangled photons for spectrometers instead of stay a component of an information system or computing system. When you start doing spectroscopy, it's a very open and you could say largely unexplored field.
The other one is the key, and this is what we are funded for by the K&I Wheatley Fellowship. You can't do this unless things are bright. You know, you can't measure something unless you got a lot of data. You have to be able to acquire that quick for it to be practical, and that's one of the things that we're working on hard in our lab, and we've achieved it. Now we're working on making more custom sources and getting on chip. The other one is, this is a fun one. I think, you know, as me and Alireza were talking earlier, slowly but surely, he has a technology that uses classical light but can do similar things. We're kind of going at it from the same approach to see, you know, which one can work, but we're slowly moving towards an age where these spectroscopies, these laser spectroscopies that have been developed for decades in laboratories, you know, dozens, thousands of PhD lifetimes, we're slowly getting to the ability where we can bring these into systems. We can go from just an X-ray image or a blood measurement image to an actual decomposition of what's in your blood. This more and more information, we're slowly going towards this nexus. I also want to say, you know, we have published papers on this, but I wanted to put up the preprints just in case you aren't in the scientific audience and you don't have access to these journals. So this first paper right here, if you're interested, this is a summary of the field of entangled photon spectroscopy.
We're gonna be reading that.
Of what it is and where it could potentially go. If you're interested in bright sources, here's another paper. And then right here is where we first started to do some of our first experimental things, which ended up, like I said, after many months of no result. But from no results, you always learn something new. So better things will continue to come. And with that, I just want to thank you all so much for your attention.
Oh, my attention is terrible, so I hope he doesn't find it that rude.
So we'll now switch over. It's an open Q&A session. If you have any questions, feel free to come up to the microphone. Ooh. My student is also going to list some questions that may have came up on the YouTube live feed of this. But I'm very happy to answer any students they have. And if not, I just hope that you only remember me in cars and not toilet paper when you leave. But think of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Are there any online?
Jokes are fire.
Okay, no problem. So if you aren't comfortable coming up to the microphone, I'm going to sit around on stage for a little bit. Feel free to come up and chat with me. I'd be more than happy to. Again, thank you all so much for your time and for coming.
All right. I think that's it. What a great, oh, there's more? There's more? All right. Well, now we got through with this, we got to go to the publications. He's done a lot. So we got entangled light matter interaction. We have a lot of these optical buoyancy. We can do each one of these. We'll do this. I wish they highlighted it so I could find where it's at. So let's start off again. How do I entangled? Oh, it's just all of this. Are these all the sources? God, look how many papers you've written. Like, no. Look at this. Ready? Dr. Cushing. Wait, let's continue. Cushing. Sorry, I got bad ADHD. Bad. Yeah, so there's a lot. Yeah, also, if anyone's, let me just see if anyone's messaging me. No, they're not. Perfect. I'm all by myself. Makes me feel comfortable. Student thesis. Oh yeah, this is amazing. These guys, look at these guys. 2025, 2025, 2024, 2024, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2023. These guys shoot out papers. 2 per I don't know how it happened in 2021, but usually 2 per season, per year. And that's awesome. I just love it. Look at this. It's amazing. So this is the most recent one, I believe, that I've touched up upon. So maybe if I can go and read their paper. I think this is just like all the subject. Dynamic role in optical photonous and sublattice screening in a solid state ion conductor. electron energy loss spectroscopy towards a nanoscale and elemental specific lattice temperature measurements using core loss electron energy loss. These are really cool plasma. So we got all these, but what I want to do next, oh, it's gonna sound dumb, but there is another one. This is Espacito's research group. They do research on solar reactors and electrochemical cells. And how their research work is that light gets hit, it produces energy. Now they do energy by this type of transfer. Now I am not an expert in this, just me learning about it, and I hope Dr. Espacito will give me the grace to not look at me funny and be like, you don't know this. But even better, there's a
I'm Dan Esposito, and I'm the PI of the
let's
Solar
go,
Fuels
Dr.
Engineering Lab
Esposito.
at the Chemical Engineering Department at Columbia University. My
go.
lab's research is motivated by the need to develop sustainable energy technologies that can eliminate society's reliance on fossil fuels. Towards this end, our research focuses on low-temperature electrochemical and photoelectrochemical technologies.
I will say, Dr. Cushing is way more relaxed, flowy, comedic slash engaging, while Dr. Zito is more here's the material, now let's start eating. You know what I mean? I don't know if that sounds anything like, you know, like it's like how it makes sense, but yeah, that's okay. Let's continue.
That use sunlight or solar
Oh no, please
derived
no.
electricity to convert low energy molecules like water and carbon dioxide into storable chemicals and fuels.
Let's do
Besides
it.
serving as an energy storage media, these so-called solar fuels are expected to be very important for a sustainable energy future because they can be used to reduce the carbon footprint of a wide variety of end-use sectors. Ultimately, the primary mission of my lab is to teach aspiring chemical engineers the fundamentals that underlie solar fuels technologies so that they are well equipped to pursue a career in research and/or work in industries where they can put those skills to use in the real world. Research activities in my lab are organized into three complementary areas. First, we develop photo and electrocatalytic materials that are critical to enabling electrochemical conversion processes that are efficient, selective, and robust. Second, we investigate new reactor concepts that offer inherent advantages compared to conventional electrochemical devices. Third, we use and develop analytical tools that allow us to characterize the properties and performance of these materials and devices with high spatial and/or temporal resolution while they are operating in the electrochemical environment. The knowledge gained from these tools, combined with modeling work carried out in our lab or by our collaborators, allows us to develop quantitative design rules that relate key performance metrics of solar fuel systems to the chemical and structural properties of system components. Because our work involves both devices and materials, we think about design problems that span a wide range of length scales. Our research on catalytic materials often leads us to ask questions that relate to their nano or atomic scale characteristics. For example, we are actively investigating electro and photocatalytic materials where the catalytic active sites are encapsulated by nanoscale overlayers such that the reactions of interest occur at buried interfaces, such as those shown here. In these materials, we want to understand how variations in the nanostructure and composition of these ultra-thin overlayers combined with the chosen operating conditions affect the activity, selectivity, and durability of catalytically active buried interfaces. We also think a lot about problems characterized by larger length scales. For example, the performance of devices we develop in our lab is often highly dependent on processes and components that are characterized with macroscopic length scales. Here, you can see an in-situ high-speed video of a membrane-free electrolyzer where we are interested in transport phenomena occurring over length scales measured by millimeters and centimeters. Regardless of the relevant length scale, it is our objective to develop the design rules that govern the performance of these emerging solar fuels technologies and to use those rules to better understand the trade-offs between efficiency, cost, and durability while creating a framework for optimizing their performance for real-world applications. Overall, many challenges remain in the field of solar fuels, and I believe that chemical engineers are uniquely positioned to address many of them. Our group is always looking for motivated and talented students to join the group, and I hope you will take the time to further explore our website, as well as those of our collaborators in the Columbia Electrochemical Energy Center and the Lenfest Center for Sustainable Energy.
Right, that's done. Now let's exit this out. Wait, hold on. Is there more? Escape. Okay, there's no more. Okay, good. Oh, all right, perfect. All right, now let's continue. Maybe there's an article we can read. Publications. 2025. Yeah, there's a lot of publications. These guys print out publications, I gotta say. Yeah, these guys print out publications like crazy. And to read all of them would be a madman. So, not mad, but yeah, you gotta really love the subject. I do. It's just both. I guess one of the healers died. Both healers died. I guess. I don't know. We gotta find maybe research group. Introduction. Okay, that's the introduction. Now let's go to this one here. All right. Photo electrocatalytic material. It's funny. I'm playing this game right now. Streaming it. Perfect. I died right there. Topic: development of electrical photocatalysis. Cross section. There's a massive. God, it's like. Oh, God. They wanted to make us come into the ball. Use your ult, bro. What are you doing? What is bro doing? Jesus. Lift image cross section. So close to halting it. It's 10 seconds left. Activate your ult, bro. Activate your ult. Activate your ult, bro. Bro, activate your ult. This dude didn't even activate his ult. He's like, yo, perfect time right there. You can hold the card for a few seconds so all the healers and everybody to come back. Central, okay, so what were we? Cross-sectional TEM image of a SiOx or silicon oxide, coated platinum nano particle deposited on an Si photo for H2 evolution. Reference 5. I don't see reference 5, but all right. Right image schematics of an oxide encaps. Oxide encapsulated metal film that is capable of selective transports of electroactive species to the period interface between the oxide overlay and active metal electrocatalysis. Okay. This is just me getting distracted. Welcome to the podcast called Me Getting Distracted. It's a very fun and loose podcast about science that I like to get distracted with. I do love a lot of science, by the way. Don't get me wrong with my it's just that I suck at my attention. So, okay, next section. Okay, back here. I'm not playing this for sound. I'm playing this for sound, so it's like, you know? That's a good stop right there. Really stopped us. I thought I was gonna get it for her, so she can pick it up first. Right here. Right here. Why am I playing this right now and I'm not reading? Because I can't pay attention. Well, I already said it multiple times, but anyway, good thing to. Stuck. There it is. Pop deal. Alright, let's continue moving. Lost again. Oh, that's Sabotori of not playing. Central of the operations of PC electrolyzed fuel cells and PV electrolyzed device are electrolyzed and photocatalysis materials that must efficiently facilitate charge transfer process across solid/solid and solid electrolyte interface. Developing new electrolytes and photoelectrochemical materials architectures with improved activity, stability and selectivity in photoelectrochemical processes. It is a major focus of our lab's activity. We are especially interested in electrocatalysis and photocatalysis, where the electrochemical reaction occurs at a buried interface between a very thin 1 to 10 nanometer thick permeable oxide overlay and an impermeable metallic electrocatalysis. The figure above, well, I lost it. Figure above shows an oxide encapsulated particle, a co-catalyst for a PI's. I think this is SI. What SI? SI. No, see. Chemical. I spelled chemical so damn wrong. God. Silicon. I couldn't spell chemical or understand what silicon for the basis. Okay. Let's go. Continue. Oh, did anyone say a message? No? Okay. We're back to this. Oxide overlay and then PSI, so silicone photoelectrode left image, and for a well-defined oxide encapsulated thin film, 3 to 5, the oxide overlays have several potential advantages over a conventional electrocatalysis that are directly exposed to the bulk of electrolyte. Such as the ability to stabilize non-particles by mitigating degradation by Colossians attachment or dissolution. Additionally, thin oxides overlays can be engineered to alter the energetics and reaction pathways that occur at the buried oxide metal interface in recent works. Our lab has used ultra-thin silicon oxide. I don't know why I didn't remember that. SI silicon oxide. I really read it. Layers that behave as non-membranes, capable of controlling reactions pathways through selective transports of reactions or products between the electrolyte and catalysis. Many open questions remain about the structure of these thin overlays and the catalytic properties of a buried circuit interface. Okay. Who's calling me now? I want some music while reading this. I can't. I need a distraction. YouTube. What are beautiful YouTubes for? We're gonna do non-copyright. Thanks.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Okay, we did this. So yeah, okay, let's go to the next one. Topic 2. In pseudo-analytical tools for photoelectrochemical materials and devices. Key to the successful development of any new electrocatalysis and photocatalysis is the acute determination of its catalytic activities and the reaction mechanisms taking place at its surface. These tasks are especially important for complex multi-component photocatalysis, where deconvolting the influence of various parameters, true surface area, and heterogeneous composition, etc., can be very difficult. With these challenges in mind, one of the primary thrusts of our research is to develop and employ scanning probe techniques for in-situ evolution of the optical, electronic, and catalytic properties of photocatalytic materials with high spatial resolution scanning probe measurement (SPM). Techniques can be broadly defined as techniques in which a physical, optical, or electromagnetic probe can scan across the surface of the sample, while the probe/surface interaction is recorded as a function of probe position, depending on the nature of the probe and its interaction with the surface. The properties of the surface and its surroundings are thus determined with spatial resolution that is generally about the size of probe chips. In our lab, the primary in situ SPM techniques to be employed are scanning photocurrent microscopy, thank you, SPCM, scanning electrochemical microscopy, SCEM, and Raman spectroscopy. In some cases, we empty these techniques in parallel, allowing for stimulus collection of complementary information that is well suited for eye elucidating scales and chain transfer phenomenon, screening for highly efficient and stable photocatalytic material. 3. Diagnosing inefficiency observed in macro scale measurements, and IV guiding the design and optimizing of cell and material architecture. Oh, hey, I haven't seen this one before. I've seen them do their stuff. I haven't seen this. Is there sound? I don't know why there should be some sound. Just saying. Ooh, what's happening here? I think this is what they were explaining. Oh, look at that. Oh, go through a gel-like substance. Oh, that's so cool. Look. I bet they 3D printed all of this. Yeah. They have their own 3D printer. It's really cool. I think I've been to this lab. This section. I think there's a lot. Right next to them, there's a All right. Let's go to figure 1. Figure 1. In the pseudo video of a single hydrogen bubble evolving from a catalytic disk on a silicon photoelectrode immersed in 0.5 meter H2SO4. Video by, wow, mosquito bites. And my knees. I'm getting old. Video of automated home-built scanning electrochemical microscope, SECM, containing a motorized rotational stage of electrochemical imaging with a continuous line probe, CLP, the microscopic length of the CLP combined with compressed sensing imaging. Reconstruction carried out by the collaborators in the Wright Group of Columbia provided the opportunity to increase imaging rating by an order of magnitude or more compared to conventional SECM video edited by these two guys. Additional efforts in our lab involves the development of novel scanning geometries for the SECM that will enable greatly enhanced aerial scans rates and fundamentally compared to existing probes. SCEM is a versatile chemical imaging technique but controversial. Conventional CECM is based on very inefficient point-by-point sample method. By using non-local probes such as continuous line probes, CLP, combined with compressed sensing, CS signal analysis, in collaboration with John Wright, in electrical engineering, we can have wait, hold on. Where was I? John Wright in electrical engineering, we have introduced a new approach to chemical imaging that has potential to increase aerial imaging rate by orders of magnitude. For some sample types, early demonstrations of CECM imaging can be found in reference 3 and 5 listed below, and we have completed building a first of its kind CSCM microscope specifically designed for imaging with non-local probes. See video above. We are especially interested in applying CLP CECM to discover SECM to discover novel electrocatalysis compositions and better understand how sparse variations in electrocatalysis features durability and my fault, Jay. If you're gonna see this, my fault, Jay. I didn't know you were watching. My fault, Jay. I didn't see you message. But hey, what are you doing? How has it been? How's it been back home? It's been amazing. I was out for a few months. Thank God I'm back home. I love it here and would do it again though. So I'll talk to you. My bad for not reading your messages. My bad. I am back. I gotta do some extra stuff, so we're gonna put it into game stream. This. Turn it on. Oh no, my controller. That flesh-eating monster. Crazy. Okay, this is the update later.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me. Time to do the right thing. Just gotta figure out what that is.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey, Rocket!
Quill, you got your ship? Because if you do, let's get out of here.
But we're supposed to save the world?
Fine. We'll save the world. Spider beacon in service!
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
They do not look happy. Oh, that's the stuff. Oh, sweet moves, right?
We lost their shields.
Not done. Fucking hurt.
One blast off! Boom!
Stop them in their tracks.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's the stuff. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Leave them to Khonshu!
Oh, sweet moves!
Armed and dangerous!
Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
You're not in this alone.
Kid.
Oh, sweet moves, right? Coming right at ya! I'll be ready in a minute!
Stop them in their tracks.
Needed that boost.
Look, our next victim. I'll keep the night secret here.
Hurt me.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Hey, Moon Knight, you dropped it off.
Better stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
Your attacks are futile.
Can't keep me down for long.
Can't let them pass. The maximum pulse you.
Disappear!
Did you see that? I'm an easy target.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, sweet moves, right? I was looking for one of these.
Better stop that vehicle!
Can't keep me down for long.
Hey, Teeny!
They
Enjoy
made it
the
halfway!
amplifier!
Stop them!
Still
Better stop
gonna
that
make us
vehicle!
against the world!
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Tanny needs help.
Magneto!
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Never miss!
Destroy these unks as soon as you see them.
Just what the doctor ordered.
That's me.
Send Conchu my regrets.
Ow! That fucking hurt!
Stop them in their tracks!
Oh, thought you had me. Oh, that's the stuff.
The moon haunts you.
Just what the doctor and off. I don't want that one.
A little pick-me-up.
No stopping the
Better
Star
stop that
Lord.
vehicle! There's still a chance to stop them!
One priceless Egyptian artifact broken beyond repair.
I see.
Us against the world!
Oh, sweet.
Only 60 seconds left! They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Can't keep me down for long.
Ready to unleash the light force! Better stop that vehicle!
Much better. Now that was... Oh, did you see that?
Co-op time!
Fear Magneto!
That would be good. Just what the doctor ordered.
Defenses are down!
Maximum pulse!
Stop them! Fire mode!
This is real firepower!
Time to make some legends.
Spider scanner's located an Ankh.
Judge, jury, executioner! What a Moon Knight arts.
Here comes trouble!
Can't keep me down for long.
He stopped them in their tracks!
Tanny needs help.
Down to 30 seconds! Us against the world!
The moon haunts you!
Much better. You better get a look at Did you see that?
Can't hear you.
Maximum pulse!
Huh? Hello.
I'll patch you up.
Another time.
Can't keep me down for long.
Only they coated in steel.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be afraid.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki shall prevail.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Venom? I've heard stories about you and the chaos.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
So you never tried to eat Spider-Man's brains then?
To be fair, we never
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination. Get that vehicle moving again!
Oh, sweet moves, right? Coming right at ya!
So cold.
There goes one of them.
Us against the world!
Turn around.
Hey, Moon Knight! Oh, thought you had me!
Maximum pulse!
Much better. One blast off! Oh, did you see that? Just what the doctor ordered.
You lose something, Spectre? We're going to keep this one. You cannot hurt me.
3, 2, 1, blast off! Boom!
Still got an edge.
Oh, thought you had this again.
The moon haunts you!
Oh, did you see that? I was looking for one of these.
Please, we're hurt.
Oh, this is gonna work. I knew that would work. I did. Could use some love here. I was looking for one of these.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Maximum pulse!
Double kill! Down to 30 seconds. Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Look behind you.
Oh, that's the stuff.
Still got an edge.
Us against the world.
Oh, did you see that? That's what the doctor ordered.
Back in the game.
No stopping the stove. Thought you had me.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Everybody needs a hand. Loki's killing that tree. But we're going to stop him. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Much better.
The maximum pulse!
Let's try this again.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again.
No hiding from us now, buddy. Oh, thought you had me.
Us against the world.
I seem to be...
Down to 30 seconds. Watch out for the Punisher's turret.
Still got an edge. Magneto!
The final 10 seconds.
I'm opening a portal.
Final score. 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all. Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Open. All those crises I quietly put out.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Usually I create my own shield. Aurora, I sense a strong magical lineage within you.
There were indeed witches and mages among my ancestors, Stephen.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Intruders detected.
Seems extinction is on the agenda once again. Our experts' newfound power. One couldn't win without the other.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Good thing I was here.
Double KO!
By the shades
The
of the
mission area
seraphim,
is
I
yours.
return. Advantage gained in the material plane.
It's clobbering time! Armed and dangerous! Again!
They will strike, and I suspect it will be soon.
Again!
Us gets the world! The area's almost yours!
The eye begins to awaken.
For mutant kind!
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
I am strengthened for battle.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Leave me darkness. When science failed me, magic was there.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that, Wanda. I can assure you we most certainly would not.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The barriers between dimensions are breaking down. It's up to us to protect them.
Our enemies are near. I am here as an enemy to pursue.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area
I see the unprotected. A successful operation. Out, dark magic. You have made your mark. It's clobbering time!
Alright, Dagger.
I feel like I'm being watched. Enemy tank.
Here is an enemy to pursue.
Foes surround us. I feel like I'm being watched.
Leave me.
Got one.
By the shades of the Seraphim, I return.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Armed and dangerous!
Us against the world!
I am strengthened for battle. I would turn around if I were you.
Control lost!
Healing energy. Leave me, darkness!
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web!
Control seized! The area's almost yours!
My life was in peril. Thank you.
Help. So cold.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Another epic victory!
We got it.
Big win!
Bom.
Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh? You can count on me. I got a plan.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I feel a kinship with you, Namor. The seas are full of darkness and chaos.
Should you choose to visit, my kingdom would welcome you with open fins.
Magneto was wise to offer you a chance to ally yourself with Krakoa.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
After all this time, it's nice to finally have some help saving the universe.
Yeah, what an upgrade!
That face needs smack!
These tanks give me the willies. Too much like a bad... You're welcome! My good deed for the day.
Systems restoring. So cold. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Now! That fucking hurt! See? I'm fucking helpful. You're ready for action.
All systems go.
Feeling stronger already.
Us against the world!
You're welcome.
Fire mode! You are nothing!
Serious spider beacon in service.
That is not better.
Control lost! Oh, perfect! Hex!
Someone scratch my back.
Systems restoring.
Born again!
This is real firepower!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, there's gonna be a fight! That is much better.
Goodbye.
Nice working with you, kid. You're welcome. Team player, that's me.
I'm too vulnerable.
Help. So cold. The area is almost yours.
I'll patch you up. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
A thousand gods!
You're welcome.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Born again!
You can count on me. I got a plan. My turn.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
When I see someone with powers like yours, I think, wow. I mean, how can I compare?
Don't compare. You just spread your light.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Never say Hulk is stupid just because Banner is smart. Don't like bombs. Smash
Us against the world!
Spider beacon in service!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Ready for action!
Powering up.
Spider beacon
Another one for us.
I require aid.
You're ready for action! Team play! That's me! You're welcome!
The moon haunts
Control
This is real firepower! I'll patch you up. Don't mind me.
This is the story. Mine's in place. Double KO.
Rockets, launch it again.
You know what to do, spiders.
Yeah, what an upgrade!
System spider mode.
Light.
Spider scanner's located in Ankh. Whatever that Ankh was, it's gone now.
I'll patch you up.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
This art's magic is as old as the sea.
Us against the world!
The moon haunts you.
It's spider time!
I'll patch you up.
They've almost got it!
This is real firepower! Born again! Nice working with you.
You are nothing!
I'll patch you up.
Control seized!
Rockets, launch it again! Nice working with you, kid. I'll patch you up.
Heal me at once.
I'm
Hulk. Oh.
Pulse
You
charge!
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Don't mind me! I'm just dying!
Spider mode.
Here they are.
How
Refreshing.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it easy.
The area's almost yours!
The moon haunts you!
You're ready for action!
Us against the world! So long! We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That is much better.
When the chips are down, you want your heroes a little roguish and scruffy, like me. Spider beacon in service!
"30 seconds before you attack. Get ready."
My I'm impressed, kid. That's some serious tech you're wearing there.
It's more than just a suit of armor. Spider's my partner. Kind of like your tree.
That tree is a Flora Colossus, and his name is Groot.
Well, now that we've all... The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Intruders detected.
Spider beacon in service! So it begins.
This is real firepower!
I'll patch you up.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
So grateful.
Yes.
Take the bad guy! You're ready for action!
The moon haunts you!
You are nothing!
Here comes Rocket again!
No swimming away now, little fish.
You're welcome!
How
Spider
refreshing.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
This is real firepower! My good deed for the day. I'll patch you up.
It's spider time!
That really helped.
You're ready for action! That's fucking hurt!
The area's almost yours.
More backup. I'll patch you up. I found more food to fight. This is real firepower!
The moon haunts you!
My good deed for the day.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
You're
Born
ready for
again!
Follow the enemy!
I'm bulky! Ow!
Another epic victory! Big win! You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Blade, New York is good hunting for you right now.
You better ask Khonshu to help bring us back to light.
His tendency is sort of the other way.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm Hellfire Club royalty. This.
More bad guys. Just what we don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Down came the moon and stumped the spiders out. Good. You did it. Rise and fall. All right, that feels better. Found one of our targets.
You're welcome. Look who's here. That fucking hurts. Hey, team!
Rise and fall.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate up here. Found one of them.
Time for some fireworks.
Spider-Bot skittering everywhere.
Down came the moon and stumped the spiders out. Khonshu smiled on us. Needed that.
You're welcome.
Rise and fall. The moon haunts you.
Double kill!
I never liked you, Loki.
T'Challa's
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
We've been discovered.
My secret hole.
Armor patch here.
Maul's dark touch cannot be allowed to spread further.
Someone stretch my back.
I have many faces.
A gift from Khonshu.
Halfway there. Keep going!
I never liked you, Loki.
I am ready to put on a show!
I'll patch you up.
All right, that feels better.
Look who's here.
Almost there! Don't turn back now!
That's me.
The moon haunts you.
You're welcome.
There's only one.
Someone stretch my back.
Rise and fall.
Sometimes. Or a dagger vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Panther needs us to get the job done.
Double KO!
Love battlefield medicine. Rise and fall. Come to my side.
This time.
Found one of our targets.
Chaos!
On your toes. Here they come. Thank you very much. Still on edge.
This sacred carving of Basil must reach
A gift from Khonshu.
As good as...
I'll patch you up.
Back where I started. Rise and fall. I was born ready.
Get ready. This in the back.
Give King T'Challa one.
A little pick-me-up.
Enjoy the amplifier!
I am ready to put on a show!
The moon haunts you!
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show!
Gone from sight.
Problem solved!
A gift from Khonshu.
That's me.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way!
We've become. Low on power. Need healing.
Look, our next victims.
Once I am free, I was born ready. I shall have my revenge. So close! This is your big chance!
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
A thousand gods!
Gift from Khonshu.
She's cold steel.
Only 60 seconds left.
Hey, Petey! Enjoy the amplifier! That fucking hurt!
We've got a statue to deliver. Let's get it there.
Shadow. Thank you very much.
I am ready to put on a show!
Trouble has arrived.
Was getting kind of worried there.
I'll patch you up.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you.
Double KO!
I never liked you, Loki.
Turn around.
The final 10 seconds! Please, you're hurt.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put... The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Round 2, go! seconds. Stay strong.
Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
As glad as I am that all that nonsense with Dracula's over.
I just wish I'd had the chance of taking him out myself.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of other lunatics you can use those swords of yours on.
That better be, because I'm getting tired.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
They don't believe you're real, Khonshu. I'll make sure they regret that.
Look, our next victims. Here they are.
Rise and fall! Found one of our targets. Khonshu has his eye on you. Thank you very much.
You owe me one.
Trouble has arrived. Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Ready for me
A gift from Khonshu.
Someone scratch my back! The darkness, now!
A gift from Khonshu.
That was unusually satisfying.
Maximum pulse!
Thank you very much. Khonshu is my shield. Rise and fall.
I am ready to put on a show.
1,000 gods!
A gift from Khonshu. Found one of our targets.
Only 60 seconds left.
I was born ready.
The more the merrier.
Look, our next victims.
I'm ready to put on.
You're welcome.
As good as new.
The final 10 seconds.
I've come back from far worse than that.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Final score 3-2-0. Another epic victory! Big win! Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
What I do may seem dangerous, but I've never felt safer than when I'm with
30 seconds before you
Spider.
attack. Get ready.
Luna Snow! I know all of your songs. It's always an honor to meet a fan. Oba-chan loved to play them on the oldies station for me. Wow, a girl with ice powers. Feeling cool.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
On days like this, our curse actually seems like a blessing.
You know what to do, spiders? Here comes trouble! Check out these nests! I got a hold on them!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Mine's in place!
You're welcome.
Powering up!
You better get him up behind you.
So much better. Mine's in place!
Capture the mission area!
You've got my back, I've got yours.
A nice deep freeze.
This is gonna hurt.
You better get a look behind you. I'll patch you up.
Systems restoring. Mine's in place.
Oh, someone scratch my back.
Never thought I'd be sad to see death get defeated. Check out these nests. This is gonna hurt.
Past the halfway point.
We're better when we work together. You're up, little one. Powering up.
A nice deep freeze.
That's me.
They've almost got it.
The God of Thunder!
Us against the world.
Extermination!
It's spider time!
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Perfect hit, spider! Powering up! Spider is more than just a mechanized. I'm here to finish the fight that my father...
Oh, as Sorcerer Supreme, I oversee other magical adepts.
"30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You think you know the code, child.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, Drax is gonna be so mad he missed this.
Portal here.
Oh boy, here they come! Right behind you!
By Astur's bane, we overcome.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I have unfinished business here.
They captured the mission area!
Leave me, darkness!
Fear Vesta!
I am strengthened for battle.
I like the code.
I purge the darkness!
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Please, we're hurt. Us against the world!
Leave me, darkness!
We need some help.
Extermination!
Control C's!
A timely intervention.
Defend our territory.
Don't drown in the darkness.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world.
A timely intervention.
Control lost! This deep freeze. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Hands are shaking again. Focus.
Maximum pulse!
You belong to me!
Control seized!
Now's the part where you thank me.
Here is an enemy to
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
wreak your creative destruction here. Here is an enemy to pursue. Here is an enemy to pursue.
My friends are here! Someone hurt. This area is almost yours!
The doctor is in. I'm opening a portal. Portal here.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Good medicine.
Control lost.
We lack strength for this encounter.
You think I'm...
By the Eye of Agamotto!
They've almost got it! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Lucky as a god, but I'm super out dark magic. Medicine. Here is an enemy to pursue. Darkness. I would knit the dimensions back together if it were within my power.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Whoa, you're Seolgi. Oh my god, oh, you are such a huge star to the Badoon.
I am? Amazing. I didn't think aliens listened to K-pop.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Rocket said that we can sell signed pics of you for like a fortune on Motiara.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Gather with me.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Doom is a powerful magic adept. I expect we will face each other again. Soon.
Oh, they do not look happy.
Here is the prize we seek. Destroy the Punisher's good medicine.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Behold the God of Thunder! One couldn't win without the other. I purge the darkness!
Our action. It's the grand finale. I'm further here!
Leave me, darkness!
Gun can't solve, Frank.
Surely Sterner.
The mission area is yours. Double KO.
Loki is a god, but I'm supreme.
Tibido spotted bad guys. There they are. Turn around, quick. Or a dagger. Double KO.
Is that all you got, Namor? Come on.
You belong to me!
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more. I'm opening a portal.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Coming up ahead.
A shortcut through space. By the Eye of Agamotto!
Release me now!
Of course you needed help.
Control lost!
Look behind you!
match for the Sorcerer
Behold
Supreme.
the God of Thunder!
Shan't he guide us to retreat? Nothing here. Suspicious.
I like the cold.
I have tagged a foe.
Right there.
I am strengthened for battle.
This is real firepower!
For once, I'm vulnerable. I found one of our critics. A nice dark magic. Control seized! The area's almost yours!
I have tagged a foe. Watch out back here. I am strengthened for battle.
So cold. One more time! Look out behind you. Portal! Let's keep fighting until we have a winner! Us against the world! A nice deep freeze.
Don't drown in the darkness. We must marshal our defenses.
Control lost! They've almost got it!
The Sorcerer Supreme. Assemble here. Assemble here. I'm opening a portal. I have opened a portal.
The God of Thunder!
In the darkness. I purge the darkness. By the eye of Agamotto! By the shades of the Seraphim, I return.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I wish I had full hands so I can get them titties full thumbs down.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't remember if I need to go. I'll call it. Ask.
Oh, now, my cards. Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Who we banning?
Sandman.
Right now. I'm gonna say we're gonna ban this dude right here.
Iron Man. Fuck it.
Cause they like to pull out the ass.
Yeah, they do. When they see they losing, they pull out.
Yeah, they pull Iron Man out. Next, I would say, yeah, Namor. No, not really. That would.
Wow. I don't really see people play Wolverine down, to be honest. Not lately.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Look how someone around in the ring match. Marvel then killing the shit out of me.
Open your eyes. Reality.
In the game, they've had 30-something kills.
Damn.
Crazy. 30-1 he was.
That's crazy.
That's what I be saying. Who's y'all healer? Whoever your healer is, put him on the team.
Round one, go!
Oh, Lord.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Probably
Stay strong.
last one. I get rid of some.
I hate to admit it, but science alone might not.
I
Things must be dire if you're willing to factor magic as a possible solution.
I'm willing to explore any advantages we have available, Stephen.
Then it's a good thing I happen to have a few up my sleeve,
The
Reed.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I thought the Wakanda on Earth was fine, but this...
Force first.
Trouble has...
A little help, please.
Wreak your creative destruction here.
For once, I'm vulnerable.
Please, we're hurt.
Letting the Dark Child out, I see.
I disappear.
Here is an enemy to pursue. I crush the darkness. My life force is fading. I require urgent treatment.
No worries. I've got your back. Go!
Turning up the heat.
Good work, Susan.
Here is an enemy to pursue.
Invisible?
I have tagged a foe. Hunt them.
Stay on point.
Without the other.
You on point?
I am strengthened for battle.
Got Storm.
I'll do my best. Enemy shields up!
I have tagged a foe. Hunt them. The Sorcerer Supreme, gather with me.
Pure chaos!
She got no one with that. That's crazy.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Supernova!
I am strengthened for battle. They've got the numbers.
Dude, I'm believe I've killed this dude in his ult, though. He's lucky that he went down and get health.
Agamotto!
Oh, Doctor Strange got me.
My bad.
Mortal pain is no match.
That's fine. They took a while anyways.
Ah, the eye is open.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
He ran from me.
Good medicine. Here is an enemy to pursue.
Us against the world!
Yo, where the teammates at though? The fuck?
Yo, I'm looking at Mr. Fantastic. He's over in the corner somewhere.
No, they're hiding for it. Oh. Nice teammate.
Sorry, we're coming back, right?
Yeah, we got this. Let's see.
I am strengthened for battle.
There's still a chance to stop them!
I have unfinished business here.
Repairs are in order.
Yo, Jeff.
Better stop that vehicle!
Jeff, you can put out that fire.
I am strengthened for battle. By the eye of Agamotto!
Supernova!
Pure chaos! Thanks for the boost.
The Sorcerer
They hit a
Supreme
checkpoint.
returns.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Bro, why do y'all have 5 and 4 kills, bro?
Who, me?
Everybody, bro.
I mean, I'm a healer.
Stop that vehicle!
Good medicine.
Disappear!
Bro, you have more kills than you have a closing assessment.
A little extra oomph.
Y'all can't stand next to me while I'm trying to hit.
Better stop that vehicle!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Together to victory!
Gear up, little one. Powering up. Time for some fireworks.
Just who I was looking for. Only 60 seconds left. Us against the world!
In place. Ooh, I know that sound.
Bro, I can't do all this by myself, guys.
Give them another inch. Or else. Down to 30 seconds.
By the eye of Agamotto!
And that right there is what.
Jeez, bro.
The current score is
God, this team was trash, bro.
3.
Yep.
Time to switch
I
things
did
up,
8,000
including
healing.
which side you're on.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Round 2, go!
Cosmic rays didn't make me who I am today. My family did. I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready, get
I
ready.
tear through the cloud. Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be
I
afraid.
shall put that hammer of yours to good use. Mjolnir can only be lifted by those.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Got it?
Even if my powers can't repair the time stream, I can still protect it.
Rise and fall! Whew. Almost didn't make it again. Rise and fall!
So no, we're down here, boy. So you gonna let that shit slide?
Oh, did you see that?
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Oh, that's the stuff. Oh, did you see that?
I am Phoenix!
Oh, did you see that? 3, 2, 1.
Disappear! Your chaos!
Oh, did you see that?
I think that's the point.
Us against the world.
Can't catch me!
I'm back, babe. Yeah, we should run
Do not
away
expect
now.
me to do that again.
Bring it in.
Co-op time!
I'll be ready in a minute. Yeesh.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, did you see that?
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Supernova!
Oh,
I'm getting no heals at all, bro.
We must not delay any longer.
Bro, can y'all take the point already? Y'all just sitting there.
The final 10 seconds!
I'm opening a portal.
Problem solved!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I would turn around if I were
My time to shine.
Trash team, bro, I swear.
Final score 0-2-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.